don't know how long I've been watching the light and dim, starved of oxygen. So give me a hand and let's jump out the window.
Guys, I just really want to play Drain Sim. Wild comms for title. Why? What's wrong with my title? Feel like drains. Is that weird? Is that like a... Oh, should I put draining the main vein? Wait, draining the main vein. Yeah, I'm gonna do that because then people will be like, what the fuck?
And I'll give you a second.
Yes.
Your thoughts can
Yes. Hello. It makes sense to me. Naughty boy. Axel.
Axeltera has gifted a sub to
Carla gets
Tyrion.
wet. Wait. Draining the main vein. Getting wet. Wet as hell. Dripping wet. That's why the town is flooded. I'm so wet that I flooded the town. I am slam poetry. Slam poetry is so funny. Guys, imagine it just starts like an hour of me being like, wet pussy, flooding the town, draining the main vein, Cynthia, Jesus died for our Cynthias. No. Guys, I'm sorry. 4 minutes into stream, by the way. Yay! I'm so excited, Heavy. I'm so excited. Guys, tomorrow, so I will start earlier than I did today. I'm so sorry. I just wasn't feeling very well. But we will do a bit of Red Dead into Faz with Tammy and Keto. We might be getting Jeffy, but for now, it doesn't matter. We still have our crew, but Jeffy might be working. But we're still going to play Faz tomorrow. And then after Faz, we'll probably do some Ark. You said Darth Vader's name. Did I? Oh. What? I know. Do we need to do Tammy? You're rapidly fixing my religious trauma. Morning game. Hi, Radio 1. How are you? There's Moist Carla. Bobby, thank you for the streak as well. Axel, thank you for gifting that sub. I appreciate you. Max, don't clip me. Don't clip my slam poetry. But yeah, I just couldn't stop thinking about this game. And I thought, you know what? I'm in another mood today where I'm a little bit like, I don't know. I just thought this would be nice. It was so... I just feel like it's so good and we just vibe out. I don't know. I could be so wrong here and then everyone see me booting up Drain Sim going, oh, but I don't know. I really like it. In the mood to get wet. Moxie, how are you? Droll. Max, enjoy your Simler. Time to get drained. Faithy, thank you for your stream streak. 75 already. Are you joking? Love me a tenner. Oh, 10? All right. Hell yeah. Love that. I have all my snacks ready so I can be sat. Thank you for the watch streaks, Jess, as well. 80. Oh my god, I appreciate that. I do feel like things might change. I think I do feel like another DVD cap because yesterday that was really good. Also, I didn't get anything I wanted to do done last night because I tried to get all this footage from Japan and then I was like, I just feel so sore and icky. So I honestly had a nothing stream, but I was like, Carl's, it'd be like that sometimes. Like, you'll get everything you need done. Like, don't stress. Shebi, hello. How are you? Um. Mm, mm. Don't know if I rate that. I tried the Milo sachets. I don't think it's fine. It's fine. Snacks prepped. Hi Jazz. Hi Nerdy. Hi Shibi. How are you? Just got back from Kyoto. Oh, I didn't go to Kyoto, but I went to Osaka and Tokyo, and it was so good. I want to go there next. Shibi, good luck with your dog. All right, let's just get stuck into it since we can yap and play this. Although I was thinking, because there's no music, right, when I drain, I could put music on. Although it was kind of nice just to hear the sounds. This is, yes, I actually have. A hot Milo without milk is good. If you're talking about raw, then yes, I also have eaten from the tin. This one I'm scared about. This one is stream to pump water into. Oh, that's good. So I don't think it's a crazy one. I do need to buy more pumps though. That's what she said. I do need to do that. But DBD was so fun yesterday. Like I honestly didn't want to get off stream. So I might actually just see how I feel later, and I might not even, like, if I just want to keep playing DBD later and go into the night, I might just do that. Ready for drains, yes! No, I'm glad to be here, guys. Thank you for being here. I just really feel like playing this game. I don't know. Like, people here that watched me yesterday, did you enjoy it? Like, was it just chill? I don't know why I loved it so much. Slam poetry. Oh, great. April clips are going crazy already. I wish I went. Select tools. Can I sell some tools? I feel like I want to buy a big pump. Although I could have 2 of these pumps. I want this one though. Extreme conditions, rapid drain. I want to oh, I can sell this for 360. Okay, I'm going to buy this. No! I did it. Okay. $18. God damn it. I enjoy watching you and the game, so it was a win. Yeah. Sorry. I mean, what? Reminds me of me. I should call myself. Never gonna catch me complaining about draining. I'm scared about this mission. I still have a lot of missions left, don't I? Because this is my 5th one, I think, and there's 9. So we've got time. And also, do you like it without the music? It was kind of making my brain happy. Or was there music? I don't remember. I don't know if I like that Milo. Oh, I have my Red Bull. Look at me panicked. Is my Red Bull on my table? Oh, Striker. Does it automatically? Let's see. Watching it with it. But yeah, without them, I guess it was nice because it was rainy and it was just a nice vibe and our brain was switched off, I feel. Guys, here's the funny thing about life. This is a huge one. This is a huge task. Oh my god. I need to get my thing in there.
Breaking update. The convenience store is dry again. Our plunger-equipped hero has once more bullied the flood into submission.
It is, game. It's not the
One
coffee
resident
one.
told us,
It's just Milo.
I secured 3 packs of toilet paper, but it's all soggy.
So doggy.
tragic. Meanwhile, the mountain has entered the chat. A landslide above the farm is sending water straight into the farmhouse and barn. If you're volunteering, bring digging equipment.
Oh.
Because apparently, we're farming mud now.
I like a hot Milo usually, but this one is kind of like nasty. Oh no! Oh, guys! Oh. I don't want to do the convenience store.
Breaking update. The convenience store is dry again.
There we go.
Our plunger-equipped hero has once more bullied the flood.
Is there anything you can
into
do with a
submission.
shovel?
One resident told
No.
us,
I secured 3 packs of toilet paper, but it's all soggy.
tragic.
There we go. I didn't mean to load into the convenience store. I know. So nice, Joe. So nice. It was cool that he hung out with us a little bit. Yes, actually, not a little bit. He hung out during the whole stream. Gran raided and he stayed, which is really cool. It's cool when people who are a part of an indie game hang out with you, you know? I think it's really sweet. Yes, I'm still drinking it, even though it's nasty. There are multiple ways to drain the water from the farm. Oh my god. Oh my good lord. Okay. Let's get the drain set up first. Let's get our generators. Surely there's some sort of let me see something real quick. Let's try and find the garden drain first. Yeah, me too, Striker. I'm a little bit nervous. Whoa, it is so deep. That's crazy. Okay, I don't know what this is. Oh yeah, there we go. Is it just down here? Is there any more? There's only one drain? Oh, good lord. There's only one drain. Oh, there's one in barn. That's nice. Oh, there's one over here. Okay. You're right. Oh, it's all coming down. Oh no, this one's a big one. Oh my god, this guy just does this for free. Okay, so let's see. Flood zone. Storm drain, broken pipe. There is something we can drain into though, right? Isn't there like a thing? How do we drain into this? Does that work if I do that? You can drain into anything if you try hard enough. I was gonna call you Lurker. Striker, do what you need to do. I'll be here. How far can this take me? Will that let me just get it out of there for now? We're gonna find out. Mimi's here as well. She's ready. I don't know if this will let me. Well, this is gonna protect it from coming in. But it is seeping its way back down. Okay. Okay, that's coming in. Is there a way that we can stop this? Ah, yes. Okay. I am going to get my barriers first. Okay, wait. I'm gonna get my barriers because I can stop it coming down. Striker real. Okay, I'm gonna do this first because I can make a little I can make a little 1-2 out of this up here, I think. Wow, Mimi is sitting on me quicker these days. It's so nice though when I'm playing like a game like this and it's really relaxing and I have this little kitty warming up my lap. It is very sweet, I will admit. And then okay, and then I put this here. And I get my little 1-2. That's inflating. Dig out right side of the puddle. Right side. Oh. Wait, this one? Can I dig this? Oh. Oh, over here? No, I don't mind freedom. Cause I don't get this one. I don't get this one. It hurts my brain. Oh, I do have to do a lot of digging, don't I? Ooh. I know. They changed it. Oh, did they change it? I just have this idea. Just... How are you, doll? How was your trip? How's it feel being home? I miss you, bitch. What the fuck? This will help for now, I think. It's slowly inflating, I think. I gotta have one in the middle. I stopped it a little bit, but I have this and this. Uh-oh. This is not good. This is not good. Trip was good. Feels good to be home. I'm sick as fuck. No! Like, are you fluey? I just don't know why we're meant to dig this out. When you scan, that shows the water. If you... Can you... Oh, it shows you what... diggable dirt. See... God, that's a lot of diggable dirt. Is this because it wants me to make a big... Like... Is there a bigger thing here? Like, wouldn't you... Why would you want this to come down quicker, though? As I'm hitting it. Oh, are we letting it drain over here, maybe? Wait. Get this going. Hi, Rox. Hope you feel better, doll. It must feel weird. It must feel weird to be on your PC again. Like, what the hell? Minecraft looks different. Yeah. How are you, doll? Well, it's helping that it's going down that ravine. That's helpful. Unless I dig this to make it less like... I need to make it more pooly down here. Maybe. Rocking up to this job, yeah, you'd be like, oh, I know. I fucked up digging this, I'm not gonna lie to you. But I think I should get my... I think I should get my barriers for up here. That's staying at bay, but this isn't staying at bay. If I block these two, there'll be less water coming down here. Maybe Noah was onto something. This is bad for now, but I got a plan. Hi, Seb. Good evening. I have a plan. It doesn't look good right now, guys, but it's gonna look so good. Hi, Ethan. Just like Noah had a plan. Guys, do you need an arc? I know a guy. Okay. Some say she doesn't know what she's doing. Others believe her because she's hot and dangerous. Now, I know a guy who knows a guy. Now, just trust the process. Have I ever failed you? Don't answer that question. Some say she doesn't know what she's doing, and to that I say shut up. Just wait, I'm just trying to block this here first. Hold the foam. Hold. Less strain, less strain. Yes, yes. I think that's less drain. So now that's going into where it should be. I think. Okay. Some say she couldn't do it. Lots of electrical equipment in here. How was your birthday, Kyle? Okay. So now we're here. Oh. That's not seeping down as much now. But it concerns me there's so much to dig there. Drain this. Maybe I will. You won 2K at the casino? Yep. That's my absolute goat. Would I be able to do this? Mm-hmm. Exactly. I'm gonna see if I can do this though. How far can I take this? Well, I want this to fill up. And then... Oh, can you use 2 generators? That's crazy. Oh, that one's bad. That one's bad. Never mind. Never mind. I didn't know that, Striker. Hell yeah. Kyle, guys, I felt so bad. Because Kyle came in and was like, it's my birthday. And we love Kyle around here. And I was like, well, happy birthday, but are you lying? Because, you know, Kyle loves a good fib. And then I see their Instagram post. No, don't say sorry, Striker. And I see the Instagram post. I'm like, fuck, they were telling the truth. I felt like a huge piece of shit. I have an idea. I have an idea. Thank you for the stuff. Oh.
Put your ass away, child!
I can't put my ass away, you
Professor
know this.
_ Winter just subscribed. Carl's Hella.
Hello. Where's my thing? Winter, thank you for 58. How are you, doll? Yes. Oh no, Evans. Oh, poor thing. No. Winter, thank you so much. That means so much to me as well. Hope you're fantastic. Let's see, shake that thing. Thank you for the stuff.
Put your ass away,
Guys, I'm
Snail
emotional.
Lord Wills just subscribed. It's great. Always grateful for the fact that I ended up here out of all the places on the internet. Carl's Kitty Kiss, Carl's Whoa, oh Carl's Comfy, Carl's Wave, Carl's
We're really
nice.
doing it, Snail. Thank you so much for finding me and staying. And thank you, Winter, as well. Yay, it went well. I'm glad to hear it. Amazing. Huge news, if I may say. Hi, Coach. Dummy.
I'm so sorry that it didn't work out.
I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. Thank you.
I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out.
5 years
tonight.
old, by
I'm
the way, that
solo.
alert.
I'm riding solo.
Crazy.
I'm riding solo.
Thank you. That's really nice. Thank you, guys. Honestly, days like today where, you know, I'm not feeling the best. It's actually so mind-blowing to me how we all somehow found the same place and now we hang out together every day. What the hell? Isn't that so whimsical and nice? I appreciate that. Thank you. No, it was, Ray. I can't believe that. Isn't that crazy? Relevant banger remote. Please never. That wasn't rapping,
You're
doll.
at the gym, okay?
That wasn't
I
rapping.
entered the
I have to
gym.
show you rapping,
I
doll.
forgot my water bottle.
Oh, God.
They both go, what? What do I do?
I forgot my water bottle! That's crazy.
I grab it and I walk out.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you for the stuff.
Love this hole. Or you
Put your
fucking
ass
what?
away, child.
True Striker.
Paystar Cheeks
If
just
Fortnite didn't
subscribed.
exist,
Love this
I wouldn't
hole.
have made a Twitch. It all goes back to Fortnite. Crazy. Thank you so much, guys, for this hype train. Being here today. Allowing me to scratch my brain with this sim. I really love this game. So, thank you for letting me just play it. Dancey dance for you. Do a little dancey dance for you, Tabby. Thank you. Little dancey dance for you.
So guys, Carla did wish me happy birthday
Of
like
course.
this. You gay slut.
I-
Happy birthday. Hope you don't choke on too many cocks tonight. The arena can't have you in the hospital for a ripped esophagus.
I did not say that! Hi, Fee. Hi, Mikey. Hi, Robert. That's so funny. I did not say that. I would believe you if you did. That's what he said. Anywho. That's actually crazy, and I'm not even mad. That nearly made me choke on my chocolate. Thank you, Tammy. My God. I am gonna make this happen, don't worry. I'm gonna put all the water in this house. Oh God. Oh, is there more thing? Oh no. Waist deep in water. Party time, bitches. It is party time, bitches. Oh wait, guys. Okay, hype train. Thank
baby.
you.
I don't know, I just felt like hearing this one.
That is a fun one, and I really want to play Flight Sim again. I love you being here, Winter. Thank you so much. Level 50, Tammy? Jesus. I think there's no water in the house. I think it's just the farm, right? Hello, let me in. Please let me in. Thank you, Mikey. I really appreciate the hype train, guys. That's really nice. Thank you. Very kind. I'm very lucky. I think we're getting there, kind of. We're draining water into here that's draining into the thing. Maybe I drain more, like deeper? That's what she said. That works. Oh, Scooge!
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
Squidge just subscribed. For the billionth time, I love it here. Carl's love.
Oh, Seb, what the hell? That is a fun fact. A farm fact, if you will.
You
Okay.
naughty boy.
Yeah, alright. Ping
Ping
thinks they
Chicken
can
Wing
just
has
go on a
gifted a sub to
beautiful
a dog
holiday with
named
friends,
Barbie.
return with the flu, and gift subs.
You naughty boy.
And your alert will play I'm so sorry it broke. Thank you.
Ping Chicken Wing has
I'm
gifted a
kidding.
sub to
I just miss
Scoldylocks.
you, Ping. I miss you. What the fuck? Scrooge, thank you so much for 13
naughty
months.
boy.
You are the best.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing
Thank
has
you so
gifted a sub
much.
to the zombie Barbie.
I miss you too, Pookie. Ooh. I love this alert so much. Stop it!
We're stop shaking it like jelly for 5 seconds.
We have to
find
drain the farm
anomalies
before we fucking die. No, I agree with that. What
Ping
the
Ping
hell?
Chicken Wing has gifted 7 subs. Naughty boy.
I love that alert. It actually makes me feel randy. I like it. Seb, claim it all you want, doll, as you should. I think this is working. No, thank you so much, Ping. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for gifting that sub. Well, those subs, I should say. Redonkulous. Thank you. I lied because I clipped that part. I don't know if my clip is what you used, but I clipped that moment because it was so funny live. Probably. Probably. I just remember that happening, and I just had to.
I'm a tall boy
With the tall personality. I'm a giraffe. I'm a giraffe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a giraffe. Sing it.
Sorry the house is so wet, I forgot to put a towel down.
Oh, great. Also, talk about alert maintenance. Mimi, you like the alerts? Crash, I told you about that. Damn, I need more pump. This is crazy. I don't know if I can even get this done without... Although I think it is draining. The water is going down. You playing Red Dead? Motivated to finish my recent play. Oh, how is that going? Hello, Eva. I missed thee too. How are you? Let me do the race. What are you doing with my cock? Crazy. Thanks. Thank you. I have Red Dead Depression out. Real. I was playing some online yesterday, and then I was like, I'm so tired. I have to get off, and then I had tech issues and stuff. What was that? What do you mean? What was what? Why is my chat doing that? Oh, there you go. What was what? That was my Shrek cosplay. What was my last cosplay? I feel like I've threatened an Arthur Morgan one for a while. What was my last cosplay? To see my pump joke? Oh, Marge. We did Marge. I liked my updated Marge. That was fun. Yeah, that was cool. I enjoyed that. Oh, this is draining.
You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't go. Hey now, you're an all-star.
God, this is such an old, my old apartment, old alert. Only shooting stars break the mold. Dubbing in 2026. Fuck it. Screw it all to hell.
Well done,
Mikey,
talking Shrek.
Thank you. Thank you, Ping. Thank you, everyone, for your watch streaks. Thank you for this hype train. This is a girthy hype train. I really, 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 really appreciate it so much. And, like, I want you to know that every day, every week, every moment that it comes into my brain, which is a lot, I honestly can't fathom that I'm still doing this full time. This is my... Is this going on... No, this is going on my 7th year full time. Ping this so much. Help me get it out. But no, seriously, we've been doing it for 6 years. And I can't believe we're going on to our 7th year full time. 9th year streaming. It blows my mind. I'm only doing this because of you. So I really appreciate it so much. Every day's a hype train with trays. Cute. Wait, I think this is draining. It is working, I think. It's just very slow. It is working. I may have dabbled in the tequila when I got home, as you should, doll. Choose some long service leave. I had way too much time off for my 30th. So I'm here. You dabbed on the tequila. Wait, that too. Wait, this is draining. It's just I have to be patient. Oh, it's draining. Oh. Oh, we're doing so well. Okay, it's actually doing good. Oh, nice. I think I'll have to suck this into the barn area. It's working, it's just so damn slow. That's not what I wanted to happen. Odd time to pause. I think I'll have to suck this into the barn area. I remain true to what I said. Dumping the water. Drain it. Drain it. Okay, I need to move the suck into here. Oh, I can't. What's the best way to sucky mommy into this thing? It's going to here. I need it all the way over here. Dead Dingo's donger is crazy, but I agree. Trace, you can make money off that. I don't understand. Will this pour into this? Ooh. I don't know. Let's find out. Some of it is. Some of it isn't. I guess the drain is doing some stuff, some work. Moxie! Oh god, yep. Ooh!
Oh no, my ass got bigger instead. Oh shit! I didn't know that worked that way.
But I'm interested.
Coiler, you absolute light. Famous
Thank
fat ass.
you. Real. Dylan! 100! I just scared Mimi. Sorry, Mimi. Whoa! Can you move the tree? I don't think I... So you don't have to bring the hose? I don't think we can move the tree. Wait. Exactly. Lexi, thank you. Finally someone said it. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Moxie. That's very kind. Thank you for the hype train, guys, as well. And Dylan, 100 streak. It's been great. Imagine getting to 100 and being like, alright, that's it. That's all I wanted to see. Fair. Is there something around here? Farts and storms off. Laters, losers. This goes downhill. I'm interested. Oh, it went well, Trace? Yeah. Glad? Okay, that's going down there, which is ultimately not going anywhere really, but it's better than the farm. The barn's getting there. This is all but dry, which is cool. Now we have to get this. Maybe I pump this over this way, because that's easy to get out. It might be easier just to pump this into this area. Okay, engineer. Grace, wait. Are you flying out right now? Because that's going up at least. And that's going to fill that back up. But that's fine. Hi, Bree. How are you? Any info on the full game release date? Wait, this is not the full game? Mikey, you know what? 20 minutes! Oh my god, Grace! How long are you in Japan for? I guess actually, you know what? It might be easier just to drain this to this bit again. I think. Because that's easy to drain. But will it seep into the barn? Like, to me, it's easy just to fill it up, but that's probably going to go inside, right? Unless I dig. No. It's draining this slowly. Oh, got you. Yeah. Where's my super suit? Casey. I cannot stress how much I love this game. Meg, what the hell? How long are they there for? Have fun, Grace. I'm so excited for you. I wish I could be going back. Hello, Terrell. Thank God the sun's back out. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm just gonna let this be now. And I'm gonna start sucking this again. Need to be closer. Oh wait, what's the good pipe? I need the good pipe. Or pump, I should say. Oh. Oh? Oh. Alright. And then I'll use this bad boy for this area. Because I think the pipe is longer. I think. We'll figure it out. Hi, Morgan. I got a short pipe. Oh, Abby, I love that. That's amazing. I love friendships like that. That's very sweet. Is this working for me? Why do I keep dropping my rake? I need a third pump. This is getting there though. Oh, it's getting there. Where's my rake? 7, hello. How are you? Have I really lost my rake? It's not showing me on the map. Oh, it's there. Oh, that's ready to move. Nice. There we go. What's on the agenda? You know what? I was really craving this game. The agenda is honestly a question mark today because I felt a bit stinky, but I just want to vibe. So maybe some DBD after. Tomorrow we are playing Faz and Ark, but I might start off with Red Dead. Is this sucking? I think so. Oh, there's more over here. You're telling me farmland, they don't have more drains? Although the water level is going down. We are doing well. Friendslop is US Thursday. We are still slopping it up. But it was Shan's birthday today. Yeah. Our Queen Shan. It is draining. I might, I think I need to do what I was doing before. How is this going? I think this is going into the barn, which works. It is draining. Oh, it's doing it. It's just this over here. Oh my god, Carl, I keep forgetting you worked at Disney. And the whole Goofy thing. Oh,
Chris, connect us
Mikey.
Chris, connect us.
Hey man, you drop. I love my wife. I love my wife so much. Shan, thanks for the tuna melt, babe. That was a sick melt, babe. What'd you put in that? Is that
Basil?
basil?
Oh, Woody. Not Goofy.
You herb?
She's saying
Oh
your
my
partner.
god, Shan, I love you, man.
Oh my god.
I love you so much. Anyway, new drop, neednew.com. We have a huge drop, man.
Oh my god.
Blizz's reaction kills me.
What was that about Sham? Did she make a new tuna melt with a new herb? Anyway, new drop neatdo.squarespace.carla.com.
Neat Dory. It's not long enough. It is not long enough. There's still a chance that I will do Ark today. Mikey, thank you so much. Fucking tuna melt. That's really kind. Thank you. There's still a chance I'll do Ark. Because I was gonna do, my original plan today was Red Dead, Drain Sim, Ark. Then I woke up feeling a little bit sicky, so I was gonna do it tomorrow. But honestly, I could still do a little Ark into DBD or whatever. Like, it really doesn't matter. I can do whatever. Tomorrow will be Red Dead, Faz, Ark, or whatever I don't play today. So either way, we will do some, because I do want to play it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Trace, enjoy your lurk as well. This is draining slowly. I mean, I could probably just leave this for now. It is draining. Oh, unless I do this. Wait, I have an idea. I did this on another map. It allowed me to go inside. I wonder if that was intended or not. Because it needs some help to get up here because it's a bit of uphill. Like right, right. This is not gonna work. And then I'll look at the other side while I attempt this. Is the water level going down? It kind of is. It is going down. It looks silly, but the water level is going down. I think it is actually working. Because the water level is going down up the top. I think it's working. It looks very silly though. I won't deny that. I think the animation looks like it's not working, but I think I'm helping the water get up to the drain. That's so funny. And same goes over here. I can drain that into the pipe. It's not silly if it works. Oops, sorry. Where's my rate? Okay. The barn is actually getting deflooded, which is funny. My cock and balls. Mikey, get some sleep. And Trace. I think it actually works. Although apparently the garden's fine. Oh, house front yard, okay. Is it working? Alright, that is getting flooded. However, that has a drain. This doesn't, so.
Lake Titicaca.
Stunning. Krabby! Oh, yeah? Wow.
Cult Crab just resubbed for 39 months. Oi.
Hakuna.
Thank you for 39. How are you, doll? Thank you. I think means you're prime on me. This is drained. We might actually be doing this. You know what I want? I want a town again. I like doing the towns. It's a, yeah, apparently it sucks up the water. Did someone say sim? Hello? Hi, Floppy. Kind of cold today. Is this a part of the barn? Did someone say sim? Yeah. Oh, the barn is so close. I'm so excited. We're actually doing it. Did it take way too long? Actually, I think we did better on this map. Although I will say, I will bloody say that the convenience store one, I probably would do it again on my own time. I don't know, I kind of like that one. I think I like ones where you have multiple drains. Oh, the barn is so close. The barn is so close. What the hell? What the hell? Floppy, I don't know what to say to that, babe. I know you're joking, but like it kind of puts me in an awkward position. Hope you're well, though. There's like crumb left. Put a wet back on. Okay. And call it a drain is crazy. But I agree. Can I just drain this? I don't have to do it. Hello? I actually have to drain my shower. No. Clean my shower drain. Sorry. My hair, guys, I don't know. I probably should... It's probably not a good thing, although I don't think it's a bad thing when you have thick, long hair. But anytime I condition my hair, I drag my fingers through it just to like really get it all unknotted. Because with curly hair, if I'm having it curly, you don't really brush your hair, you know, like you comb it sometimes, but you don't really like brush it. So I'll use my hair in the shower, and then it's just clumps of hair, and I'm just like that, and then it drains and everything, but then when I clean the drain, I'm like, shit, damn it, I don't know, like, it's bad. Yeah, I try to say how are you to everyone, but then sometimes we mix it up and I'll welcome you in and then someone will ask how I am. I'm also honestly feeling like 20% myself today. I'm not doing good mentally. So I might be less chatty today. It's never anything personal. If I don't say something particular, I'm just like, honestly, I'm just glad I streamed today. I was going to have the day off. I was feeling really like depressed. I was like, I don't know if I should stream, but I was like, no, you got this. So I am just trying my best. I still think I'm pretty chatty and engaging than most streamers, to be honest. But, yes. Yeah, I gotta do it. I gotta clean my shower drain. It's at the point where I'm doing my hair, like I'm washing my hair in the shower. And the water's not going down. I'm like, oh, like I know why you're not going down, and it's because of me. And I hate cleaning the drain, but it is what it is. I cleaned my my sink because that wasn't draining, and I used a good old Drano on it. Pixel, I have my Red Bull ready to go. That's okay. Rain and keep calm. Remember when everyone used to wear those t-shirts? Keep calm and drink coffee or whatever it was. Girl. That's still a thing. I truly hope not. Nah, I'm joking. Okay, I need to drain this area. Live, laugh, love. Us CD is crazy. I know you're flooding, but we need to use the drain, okay? I need to drain the one-eyed. Who's coming to hold it? I've been waiting for you to ask that question. One-eyed snake is crazy though. Be right back, Smooth pops up. I used to have you know that Nintendo Wii meme, and it was like them bowling, and it'd be like, nice kick. I used to have that as a scene on my OBS, and then when I had to redo my OBS, I lost it. I gotta bring it back. Oh, thank you, Shark. No, of course. I feel like I've had so much time off, and I really miss you guys. And it's like yeah, it's hard for me. It was harder for me to not show up than to show up. It took me a while to get live, obviously, whoopsies, but like, yeah, I just really wanted to try my best today, even if that's 4 hours, you know. Tell me how dudes shave in the sink, but I trim my bang one. Yes, Nip, exactly. Also, Lullaby, funny you asked this question. I was honestly so tempted. I was probably in a mood. I was so tempted to cut bangs in. I'm like, Carla, you've grown out your hair. It's taken you years to get it exactly the way you want it. Do not cut in bangs. Honestly, Ethan, I thought they were sick. I just couldn't pull it off. You know? Unless, I know. But like, I honestly already have a bit of a bang too when I like style. Like I do have like curtain bangs when I style them. The devil on your shoulder is rocking the sickest bangs is so funny. With my fringe out, do you mean me groaning, like me having it grown out, or my fringe itself? That's so funny. The way you said my fringe out, I read that as my minge out. I was like, me groaning. I was gonna say get the minge out while you're at the bang ankle on your shoulder. Kyle, happy birthday. I heard minge. Guys, aren't we special? Aren't we just a delight? Aren't we just a delight? I wonder why there's all that diggable dirt. Like, what did they want me to do with that? Now, this doesn't look good, but I promise you it will be. I'm gonna get some suck out of here too. I don't know. Because you can't move the dirt, you just like dig it out. I mean, it's a great idea. I'm probably doing this really wrong too. Oh, guys, I just knocked my Red Bull over and I totally forgot. I just don't know because there's no drain up here. And like to funnel the water, like even if I dug this out, unless they want me to dig a hole, which I've already figured it a solution, unless they want me to dig like a little pool of water for it to pour into, but I end up doing this instead. Mole, do it. That's so fun. Me calling you Mole is crazy, by the way. Mole. Blue, hello.
Thank you for the sub.
Hi, Burrito.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
Cordin Blur just subscribed.
Wait,
Hi,
the barn
Carla.
isn't fixed.
Happy
I just
44.
realized.
TTS, plumber. Drain the snake. S-curve. Plug. Hollow water channel.
Hello. Real. And I've been saying that. Queen, hello. It is a fickle game about a flooding town, basically. And you are a mysterious man wanting to help the town. No one's asked, by the way. No one's asked you to do this. You're just trying to deflood everything. Yay, barn's officially done. House front yard is kind of crazy at the moment because I'm trying to fix this area. This bit's just taking a little bit longer. A mysterious man. I guess I can help suck with this. The garden's filling up rapidly. Can I dump this over here? Surely it doesn't make its way back down here. Okay. We're doing it. We're doing it. It's working. I'm just gonna pour it all the way over here. I'm making my own pool of water. Is she scared but sexy? God, that was... That was a time. I think I put that on after mortuary assistant, maybe. Okay, we're getting them. I don't think we did too bad. But... Garden's nearly drained. Front house isn't though. Hi Connie. I'm good. How are you doing? Hello. Fine but frightened. Fine but frightened. Oh, we're so close. We've done barn. House front yard is still a little bit... I think it's this bit here. That's done. Yay. No. Garden's done? What's front yard? What's front? I'm gonna no. It's literally a squirt from being done, and I've been there. I've been there. I understand. Why are you upset? This little... Where's the water coming from? I guess the map, yeah. I guess at the back? But that's not the front yard. Queen, sorry doll, that was really bad timing. My bad. Kyle in the back, yes. Oh, backyard. I see. My bad. Thanks, Queen. They definitely do. No, at the starter stream, Kyle, we were doing a lot of, we were saying a lot. We were saying a lot. You're valid. Both. But same, you know? Yes. Yes. With love. I feel like the hardest part is this. Oh, okay, Queen. You said, where did you send it? Is it coming in? No, don't come in. No, it's not. It's fine. Oh, okay. I'll have a little look-see. Oh, we're so close. Oh, we're so close. Where's the water coming from? Where's the water coming from? We're so close. We're so close. Oh. Alright. Alright. No, of course, of course. I've just been catching up on everything. My bad. So game, I am with I think it's called Lightning Broadband. It's it's a smaller Melbourne-based Australian company. I only had a few choices in this building I'm in because we have a special type of fiber. And I went with this one because it looked good. And to be honest, I think I pay around, it's a bit pricey, but for work it's worth it. I think I pay around, what is my amount? I'll just say between 150 or 170 a month, but I get 500 download, 500 upload. I wouldn't use that if I wasn't a streamer. You don't need it, especially the upload. But I invested in it because, like,
Bitty?
yeah, exactly,
Me?
Shags. 500
Well, I
up is
never-
like unheard of. So
When Carla dumps the water and it's
Yeah.
brown, reminds me of him. Till the water runs clear, am I right?
you know what? Yes, you are right. Speak on that, Kyle. Hi, Hoopsy. Happy Nurses Month. But yeah, I would have tried, because I've been with Telstra before and they were good and everything, but it was only 40 up, which was fine. But I couldn't pick my usual provider with this apartment. But I do recommend them. If your fiber allows you to get lightning broadband, they are worth it, because one time the internet was down and I called them. They answered straight away, by the way. And I told them, and they were like, oh, okay, there's like an outage. Let me see if we can reset it for you on our end. And literally within a minute, they're like, okay, it should be back up. And I was like, what? What the hell? So it is cool that they're more of like a smaller company. I think I do, Carl, but also I'm just trying to get this last puddle clear. It's so close. Like it's a crumb from being done and I want it, like, give me it. Thank the good Lord. Oh, front yard. Oh, the front yard's flooding again. Yippee! My pledge. Yeah, exactly, Fox. Exactly. Telstra weren't bad, but I had a harder time with them. Obviously, it's a bigger company. And the whole tagline people joke about is someone going, fucking Telstra. But yes. Yes, are you doing that, Shanks? Oh, thank God. Five stars is 20 minutes. 5 stars is 20 minutes. I need more pumps. I need more pumps. I just don't have money. I need more pumps. Oh my God. It's better, Lullaby, but it went off yesterday, for example.
Rain update. Still raining.
Queen, thank you,
The
doll.
farm has been cleared, and the farmhouse and barn are back on solid ground. Credit goes once again to our plunger-equipped specialist. We asked the farmer for comment. He said,
I would have handled it myself. Had it under control. Just been real busy. Next thing I know, the water's gone.
busy man. Anyway, the rain hasn't stopped, and now the parking garage downtown is completely flooded. Several cars are fully underwater. If you parked on the lower level, your vehicle now identifies as aquatic.
As aquatic.
More updates soon.
Great. Let's see what they want from us with this one. I need more pumps. Pumps, barriers, shovel, rake, squeegee, vacuum. Oh, shoot. I need to sell some stuff. I guess I could sell... Great. How do I get 675 back. I need a generator though. I can't do that. I get 300 back from this. I could get another pump. Oh, I'm gonna sell my sight light. I might regret that, but that's okay. All right. 3 pumps. Everything else. Small diggable area, pumps, barriers, shovel, rake, squeegee, vacuum. We don't need light. Kyle, I'm gonna go pee, okay? I'm gonna go pee. I am gonna run another ad now, but then we should have ad free for this mission, since ad starts in 20 minutes. I'm gonna go pee. Sorry to run an ad again, but you're not missing on anything. You don't have to behave, Kyle. Be you, you know? Guys, scrolling up, all of that is so funny. Like, scrolling up, knowing clearly what's happening, and then seeing the, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, guys. Oh, that's so funny. Oh god, you crack me up. Oh, there's no music anymore? I'm so sorry. Lexi, you do. An amazing future. Shredded tag, hello. How are you? T-Pain was singing. Guys, I was draining my toilet. Just left us alone with our thoughts. Guys, alright, I don't know if I can do this with 3 pumps. Can I redo a mission to make money? Because if I can, I kind of want to do the convenience store mission and get 5 stars to make money for the big one. Oh, right, Axel. Yes, yeah. You can make 50% of the original value. Does that mean I can make more technically if I get 5 stars? Because that one was 1 star? Because I haven't gotten 4 stars since the tutorial. Train the planet. 3 pumps. Wait, what happened, Puffin? Oh, stars don't matter for value. Oh, so you still get the same amount. How much did we make on this one? Trax, good to see you. This is new, yes. Good to see you. Oh, okay. Damn, how am I gonna do this? Oh, shit. Another song. Drain the world into the pipe. Drain the world into a pipe that goes to the sun. Thank you for the bless. Puffin, just let me know names. I'm not going to do anything. I need a Red Bull, maybe. And some chocolate. Okay. Pumps, barriers, shovels, rake. I wonder if it's worth doing this again. Because I feel like we did it really quick. And getting more money to get another pump. But maybe not. Oh shit. I have, yes, I'm pretty much finished it. But I am waiting for another thing. DLC. Are you playing it? Puffin? Why do they say that? Okay, I can't do this again. Although I'd probably do it quicker this time, but I'm not going to do that to you.
Rain update.
Do you think I do the convenience store area again with 3 pumps? Do I have 2 or 3? 2. Because I could do that quicker. And I get some money to buy another pump. Or do I just start the progress? Pump. Oh my god, tag. Yes. I was gonna make it a goal during this mini subathon I had, and then I was like, oh, I don't want to give you guys goals because I already have one for the Arthur Morgan cosplay, and I was like, I don't want to add another goal onto that. But I think what I'm gonna do with Twitch sub goals is I'm not gonna like put it on screen or anything, but I'll make all these like goals just hidden, I guess. But like, if they're unlocked, I'll do them. So I think I might make my next goal maybe like a 24-hour Pacopia stream or something, like something fun. But do these like little mini goals that I can just have on the background, but not like have any expectation with it. I'm scared of the stones. Oh my god, the stones. Oh my god. Trax, we had to fire so many people. I have some good employees now. Goalception, sleepover Pacopia stream. That could be fun though. No, Tag, don't be sorry. I was just camping. I just got back. Caitlin, welcome back. Hello. How are you? Bless you. Sneezy girl. Xavier and Paul, my employees are sick. Wait. I'm gonna get a poll for this, guys, because I really don't know what I should do. Convenience store speed run. Alright, let me know. Do I do it at a convenience store speed run to make more money? Like actual speed run, put on some sick music, go crazy, 10 minutes, 15 max, or do I just go next level? Puffin, you're the best. I'm sorry you went through that. But you are not an embarrassment. You are not a bad person. They're stinky and gross. To give him a quick breakdown of this game, I will. When I start the next level, which I think Convenience Store is winning, I will give you a breakdown. Basically, a town is flooding, and you're a mysterious drain vigilante wanting to help clear drains and funnel water back into the drains. Hey, Stinky. Speedrun winning? Should we play what? I know Axel's going to be excited. Should we play that DJ mix? You will like it, I promise. When you first play it, you're like, oh, what is this? And then you get into it. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play... I think I like the 2025 or 6 mix. 917 Josh. Alright, we're going to put a DJ mix on for this, guys. And we're going to do a speed run of this convenience store. I'll also explain it for Trax as well. I think we should play the mashups of 2025. What did we like better? Did we like the 2025 mashup? Oh, that's 26 minutes. Maybe we should do 2025 or 2026. 45 shredded. It's so buggy. Puffin, I hope you feel better. I'm sorry you went through that, doll. I guess this has more of a vibe. Let's do... maybe this one, actually. Oh god, this takes me back. Okay.
917 Josh.
We usually don't play with music.
Still raining. The farm has...
Do you recall not long ago when you would walk on the sidewalk? Innocent, remember? All we did was care for each other, but the night was warm. We were bold and young. All around, the wind blows. We
Okay.
only hold on to let go. Look, it's fire gun. We need someone to lean on.
Okay.
Look, it's fire gun. All we need is somebody
Oh, we have
to
3
lean on.
pumps. Oh, we're gonna do this, guys.
We need someone to lean on. Look, it's
Okay.
all we need is somebody to lean on.
Okay. This does take me back to 2026. Oh my god. Not 2026, 2016. cold, cold water for you.
And although time may take us into different places, I will still be
patient with you.
and I hope you know.
Okay, so we need. We didn't use the barriers.
Put your ass away.
Emily, hello.
Emily Nadine Marie just subscribed. Went from having no interviews to 2 interviews for jobs in 1 week. Smile Cat. One is a second round for an admin position, and the other is a phone screening for a non-profit. We'll
What the
see.
hell?
Also, WTF is this music?
This is a DJ mix. And it's all these random musics from 2016. I'm trying to hype myself up. I'm trying to drain this in 10 minutes. Thank you for the subby. I appreciate you. Good luck with all your things. Clear those drains. Oh, I do need my shovel, don't I? Oh, I don't. Do I not? No, I do need my shovel. Okay. I don't remember. I don't remember half of this. The hip hop one I think is our favorite. I should probably put the hip hop one on. If they put one of his mixes though, his hip hop ones, during on in the club, I would be like shaking ass. Did we listen to the 2016 one? I don't remember this bit. Oh, I do need the wrench actually. And the shovel. Oh god. Wait, this reminds me of something. I think they played a lot of this. I don't remember this either. I don't think we listened to this one. I don't remember this one. It reminds me of the wedding I went to. Popular. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is better.
Yup.
I want to shake it like a salt shaker real quick. It's not letting me drain this. Imagine hearing this, watching someone drain a full thing, and this is playing. Okay. All right. Hi, guys. God, I wish I was on a dance floor with this on. Fuck. It's not letting me drain that. Is that bugged? Did it let us clear that drain last time? Oh no. No, I think it's too deep. You're right. Okay. That's what she said. Okay. sniff a little coke. What? No, I'm joking. I love when you finally hear lyrics that you've been listening to for years that you don't. I don't know. Cracks me up.
In the club with my homies, tryna get a little VI, but down on the low key. She know how I feel.
All right, that's draining.
She was checking up on me. From the game she was spitting in my ear, you would think that she knew me. Decided to cheat.
Okay.
She had me feeling like she's ready to blow. Watch out! She's saying, "Come get me, come get me." So I got up and followed her to the floor. She said, "Baby, let's go."
Oh my god.
I said, "Yeah, yeah." Shawty got down, she said, "Come and get me." Yeah, yeah. I got so caught up that she told me. Yeah, yeah. Her and my girl, she the best of all me. Yeah, yeah. Next thing I do, all up on me, baby.
It's sucking. Okay. It's draining. Oh. Oh. Mimi, don't be scared. To the wall. To the sweatshop down my balls. Oh, these females cry. Oh, skeet skeet, motherfucker. Yes. Yes. Suck it. This is crazy to rake to. Stop. It's
Damn, baby, all I need is a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Get it cracking in the club when you hear the shit. Drop it like it's hot, get the work in that back. Girl, shake that thing, feel book that thing. Let me see it go up. And
I don't know why this mix is killing me with this.
touch that thing when you make it go round and round.
Suck it. Oh, we are sucking it up, gang. Oh, we're sucking. All right, we're sucking. That's sucking.
Drink more wet, know the pussy stay wet. I need all that. Tattoos on the back, I see all that. Yeah, I really got a man, I ain't tryna be out there. I'm just tryna hit it by the end of the night. Lamar is so bad and my booty so tight. When I hit it from the back,
I fucked up.
don't fight. When I put it in your mouth, don't scratch, don't bite. Showing up, money I'm blowing up. Liquor I'm pouring up, go get you another cup. I told her shorty what's up, told her I'm tryna cut. And then
There we go.
Okay, now lady,
All right.
if you know you bad.
So me just throwing ass in my apartment alone. It's just you tracks, but Oh, no, sorry. But you can get more equipment. So you don't need to just have like one pump. You can buy more pumps. Alright, we are sucking good now. No dark, but I mean, yeah. Don't worry, I know. Better, getting a better glute workout with this mix. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you guys know. Oh, it's draining. It's sucking. No, I understand. But like, they are getting more into the game soon. But honestly, it's really satisfying doing it yourself. Look at it sucking. Don't need a diagnosis with the game selections. Alright. That's funny. Yeah, Shredded, that's what I said. Oh, it's sucking it dry. Look at that. Look at the 3 pumps putting in work right now. Although I need to suck this one. I need to get this one over here. True. I need 4. Is the drain single? Okay, I'm gonna put it into here. Actually, wait. Never mind. I can put it in that drain. Yes. Okay, that's draining. Doesn't let me. I've tried. Roadside lot 2. I know, well, it allows me to, so I like it. I can put it whenever I want. Alright, so that was 10 minutes, meaning I didn't do my speed one. But that's good, because I feel like I'm in a really good position now.
917 Josh.
Look how fast I'm going. Oh no, that was full. I don't know, I love the thing. We're sucking good now. Are we good? We're getting drained, baby. Hi, Idon. Hi, Hesby. Guys, I forgot to tell you something. I just thought of it when he said clapping ass. I got out of the shower the other day. And I jumped up with excitement. And I'm not even kidding. the slap my ass made from slamming each other, I was like, what? I can do that? I then proceeded to jump up and down in a different motion, and it sounded like a whole group of people were applauding. I didn't know I could make my ass clap like that. I wish you heard it. Guys, it sounded like this. Close your eyes. It sounded like this. I was like... So then I proceeded to keep doing it. I didn't know I was built that way. Well, I was excited, so I was like, woo, you know? And I went, oh, what was that? Yeah. Honestly, I wish I could film audio without it being weird, because it was crazy. I didn't know I was built that way. I don't know, Stinky. I don't know what I was excited about. I can't remember. Anyway. Oh, wrong one. Sorry, carry on. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know, but then you're just listening to audio of me clapping cheek. New sub sound. I'll try it again tonight and see if I still have it. Listen, I was just genuinely shocked. Okay, that's draining really well. I'm gonna need to get the other spot drained. Axel, one day it's gonna be alert and you won't even know. How will they know? How would they know? How's that suck going over here? I'm gonna steal the generator. Don't mute your computer. I'm not gonna say anything. Thank you for the sub. Clap, clap, clap.
So, ladies, if you wanna roll my Mercedes, turn around, stick it out. Even white boys got the shout. Baby got butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. And when a girl walks in with an itty bitty wet stand around thing in your face,
Guys, it's my song.
Wanna pull up, but you notice that butt was stuck. Even the jeans she's wearing, I'm hooked and I can't stop staring. Oh baby, I wanna get whipped out and take your picture. My homeboys tried to warn me, but that butt you got makes me so horny. Ooh, rubber smooth skin. You say you wanna get in my bins?
She'll show up, Mom.
Cause you ain't that average groupie.
Listen.
I seen her dancing. To hell with romance and she's sweat, wet. Got it going like a turbo vet. I'm tired of magazines saying flat butts all the thing. Take the average broke man and ask him look. She gotta pack much back. So fellas,
Yeah.
fellas,
Yeah.
your girlfriend got the butt.
Hell yeah.
Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake that healthy butt. Baby got
Can this fit over here? know. I don't think this is wet enough. Or is this still underwater? No, I don't think it is. I think we're killing it. Oh, I think we're fine. Well, it is draining. I need to take a look. True. I think we're killing it. Everyone after their shower tonight, guys. You gotta try it. I just ascended. We're sucking. I mean, it is technically a vacuum. You're not wrong. Wait, this is actually a thing? See? Ooh. Mummy like. Where's my rate? Wait, Uncle Teeps, who was definitely here earlier. My goat. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for the visit, King. All right, that's done. Nice. All right. Shopping area. Suck it up. Come on. I'm definitely doing it quicker than last time. Okay. Okay. He was in our hearts, exactly.
on your case, man. I love how all girls are move them body.
Move them bodies.
When you move your body, wanna move it nice and sweet and sexy. Alright, woman, you're cute. I don't need no original cute body. You want big man, mother, woman, you're cute. I don't need no original cute body. You want big man, mother, woman.
Is this dry too?
Physically fit, physically. Woman, physically fit, physically. Woman, you're nice, sweet, fantastic. Reach up on the ocean that a bit Titanic. Woman, you're nice, sweet, energetic. Reach up on the ocean that a bit Titanic. Woman, I like to move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. You like to move it.
Oh no.
I like to move it. I like to move it. I like to move it. You like to move it. The girl them skill arty.
Shonda Ball. Someone give it to. Someone give it to. Someone give it to our girls.
5 million and 40 naughty shots.
What one isn't plugged in? There we go.
I'm a girl. Shonda Ball say, well, woman, the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the
Okay.
right temperature for shelter you.
Yeah, Madagascar.
Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the
They knew what to do.
because the girl them broke out on the floor from you don't wanna work this performer. From you don't wanna man work can't turn you on, girl, make I see
Okay.
you when them upon ya. Can't stand for the long, no eat no yam, no steamed fish, no green banana. But down in Jamaica we give it to you hot like a sauna. Well, woman, the way the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right
Okay.
temperature for shelter you from the storm.
I'm scared to do that big mission. I'm real scared. I need a hot dog real bad. Okay. TG, I don't think I did, doll. It might have been the impersonator. Were you messaged on TikTok or Discord? Because we have a few impersonators, unfortunately. Good to see you though. But yes, definitely not me. The only Discord I have is just my name, just Carla. So anyone else is a lying cheat. What is this? I haven't heard this song in so long. Thank you for the biddies. Sorry you got messaged by someone stinky. I know. And you know what's so annoying? Discord's not doing anything about it. Or TikTok. They're like, no one's impersonating you. I'm like, what? Yeah, they are. Is it sucking? Oh, it's full. Okay. We're close though. I seen the TikTok one because they read. Keto, stop. What do they say? Foul, foul, foul. To share tips and tricks. What the hell? How dare they? Give me the tips and tricks. I want them. Daddy's favorite plumber. Daddy's favorite. Imagine it was me this whole time, although that's impossible. Because they come into my stream and they're like, hey guys. They message people while I'm streaming. Which for me doesn't feel very smart. Mimi is fully on my leg right now. Someone needs their drain sucked. No more showing tips. Oh, come on. Let me show tip. This is nearly done. I'm showing drain on main. Okay, front lot's done. Oh! Wait, I only missed 5 stars by 5 minutes. Wait, I'm goated. Yes. I mean, it wasn't 10 minutes, but oh my god. Yes. I'm gonna clap my ass. No, I'm kidding. I can't. That's crazy. All right, I made $600, guys. To be fair, Trax, I did play that again, so it was $1,200 for that originally.
Still raining. The farm has been cleared, and the farmhouse and barn are back on solid ground.
Okay.
Credit goes once again to our plunger equipped specialist. We
800.
asked the farmer for comment. He said,
I would have handled it myself. Had it under control. Just been real busy. Next thing I know, the water's gone.
busy man. Anyway, the rain hasn't stopped, and now the parking garage downtown is completely flooded.
Okay.
Several
Can I
cars
sell
are
my car?
fully
No, I'm kidding.
underwater. If you parked on the lower level, your vehicle now identifies as aquatic. More updates soon.
Okay, so yeah, Freedom, I am so sad for people. Hi, Chimes. Should I get lunch now? By get lunch, I mean heat it up. I'll eat it on stream, even though, sorry, I'm foul when I eat. I'm like, nom, 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 nom. Carla claps. No, you can beef. Mimi, do you want? I wish Mimi would sit here and just stare at you, but she's flopping on my leg. Well, I don't mean it in a bad way, Fee. I shouldn't say that. What I mean is I just get really into it and I don't want you to hear it or like be like, ugh. But I am trying to eat lunch more because there'll be some days where I get to the whole end of the day and I'm like, fuck, I haven't eaten. And then I'll be like, why does my mental capacity hurt? Okay, what did this loser say to Jesse?
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Rachel already has just subscribed. Karlsp.
Oh my god! What's your average live viewers? I'm so sorry for my late responses. Very chaotic. Currently my current age is 5. That's a... Oh, that's a bit... But it's good for a start. I actually averaged 3.2k though, still grinding for more. Bro, don't embarrass me like that. I have nowhere near 3.2k viewers. The fact that they go 5? Oh, that's a bit, Does that mean there's an Instagram business chat? Is this Instagram? What? Oh. Carla Twitch on TikTok. That's TikTok? Carla Twitch. TikTok. Okay, let's have a look. Carla Twitch. Isn't that my username? Maybe it's gone. I can't see it anymore. Oh, the account is banned? Oh, finally! Woo! Finally. What about Carla Clip? Is Carla Clip still here? That's so funny. I want to see if the other one still exists. Guys, one of their videos got 400 likes. I don't even get that many likes. That's crazy. Yeah, True Tracks. The search Carla_clip. Does that? I think they're all banned. Damn, they're all banned. Well, that's a good thing actually. But like, oh, okay. Yeah, look, 171 likes, 35 comments. All right, well, I guess they're both banned. Damn, that was anticlimactic. Well, the thing is, oh, gross. Sorry. I'm not going to say anything, but what I was talking about yesterday, if you know, you know. It's Aunt Flo week, that's all I'll say. I laughed a bit too hard, let's just say that. I was gonna say. Focus up, Carls. They were following 8,000 people, and out of the 8,000, they got 4,000 to follow them back. Beck, you're never gross. Also, Zoe, hello. Ugh. Do you just sometimes go through something what I just go through what I just went through without even saying it and go, no. Great. Anyway, I can't believe they got banned. That's crazy. Finally. Guys, I'm telling you, this has been, how long has this been going on for? A year and a half? That I know of, I think. But there's still someone at large. Look at this. It's kind of good for all of you, to be honest. They are helping me out. It's not going to be good if they start making money off it. That's when it's going to be bad. I'll show you. I don't mind this for now. But... Ew. Ew, I just noticed something. Gross. Okay, let me show you something. Let me show you something. So this is my original profile photo, right? Oh, this is so foul. This is my original profile photo. They've put my profile through an AI enhancer. And ew, my eyes are open. That's not my actual... That's not my actual photo. Ew. Ew. My eye. Ew. Look. Oh, that's the original? Ew. That's the original. And I'm like, hey, good morning. Ew. Ugh. That's so gross. Like, more so because I just look foul. But anyway, so this is, to be fair, they have said unofficial. So I'll give them credit. They've stated that. They've said this isn't official. They shouldn't have done this, but anyway. And it's like, go check her out and give her a sub. Now this channel, it's kind of bad, kind of good. My stream from yesterday's uploaded already, by the way. So it's literally 3 months. They've done this for 3 months. 3 months of every single stream. And yeah. So kind of good because like, okay, you're doing the work for me. Thanks. Kind of bad if they ever get monetized, but I can, what's it called? Copyright strike them. Yeah, so like they're linking my channel. They're saying it's unofficial. They're actually helping me out a bit. I just wish, I don't know what I wish for actually, but I mean, guys, I'm not gonna, people are viewing them. If you want to watch them, I'm not, like, at least, you know. What's the quality like though? Oh, the quality's only 720. Oh, this was before I up, oh, this is before I fixed, look, I fixed it, guys, by the way. Random, is this clear for you today? Because look how unclear my webcam was yesterday. I fixed it though. Look how bad the quality is. To be fair, that's on me. But the quality's better today, right? Like I'm 2K. Am I 2K again? Yeah, nice. So we fixed it. So when they hurry up and upload the other VOD, I'm kidding. Ooh, Hoobsy, good idea. In case maybe it's someone, you know, imagine it's like my ex. Nah, he wouldn't do that. He's... Anyway. Alright, so unfortunately... Oh, I can't believe how bad my quality was and I didn't know how to fix it. That's not too bad, but it's better now. Your ex's new girl. Oh. I'm happy for them. Enjoy each other. Okay, so Carla. True with a K. Anyway, feel free to watch this channel if you want a VOD. I'm not going to be mad at you. Watch it. Maybe do what you want. Do what you want. I don't really care. I should be doing this myself, to be honest. Maybe that now my thing is fixed. My quality, I can do that without feeling like a piece of shit. But this is my actual channel. I'm uploading all of my Red Dead experiences and I'm putting them in a thingamabob. And then these are my actual VOD channels. Now, I haven't uploaded to this in 3 months. Is that why they started it? Imagine they were like, fuck this. If she's not gonna do it, I'll do it. And that's valid. That's valid. And then my old VOD channel is actually a vibe because I got locked out of this. True story. Ooh, kidding. And I got locked out of this and the oldest video is from, okay, all right. The oldest video, it says 3 years, but that's longer because I was in this apartment in 2021. So that would be nearly 4. Remember this? Oh my god, this was when I was maining. When I was maining full-time DBD. I was playing Wordle? I was maining Nia? Oh my god, who is she? Wow. Wow. I don't know. Let's look at my bad bangs. What is this? Oh, this is... Oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm wrong. Oh, no, I am right. This is my other apartment. I liked this room. I like that room a lot. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Why am I dressed as Bob Ross? Oh, it feels like this is just a... I don't know who this is. Why am I wearing a pink wig? Why am I in this? Oh, this was a fun stream. That was a fun stream. Terrell, thanks. With the crowd control? Oh, shit. Oh, guys, remember this? I did a Disney stream with the Disney filter on my face. Where is it?
Alright, so that's... Oh, let's remove that.
What a freak. That's so funny. It's like my... Oh, yeah, and that's... I had to wear... I kept it on for DBD, girl. And then I had to wear a turtleneck because it morphed my neck into like a stick and I had to like hide the neck. That's crazy. Oh, girl, bangs with short hair. Look, I'm not here to hate myself. I'm just saying we're not doing that again. We're not doing that. Sorry. Okay. This is a good stream. This was a good stream. We were playing Among Us, and I was in an Among Us costume, but it was a kid's costume and it didn't fit. Bring back the... Wait, the sword? Oh, maybe... Wait, I did have bigger boobs back then. Let's talk about that. I was... when I gained a bit of COVID weight, I did actually grow some titties. That's right. I was looking at them like, oh, that has some weight to them. Good for you. Oh my god, look at those. Jesus. They're really nice. Hi, Mickey. Sorry. That's definitely not me now, and that's okay, but they're juicy. My god. Sorry. Sorry. At least it's me. I'm doing it to myself, you know? If it was a random woman, imagine imagine doing what every insult has. Look at those juicy tits. Oh, yeah. Give me a squeeze of those. No, this is me. I can do that to myself. Very colorful outfits. Very colorful. Sorry, I blacked out there. Mickey, how are you, doll? What is this? These thumbnails are so... Sorry, I know I'm going through my own videos, but seeing these thumbnails are really funny. Oh, guys, the alert! The alert day! Oh, that's the alert! Aww. We have a wheel? Oh. Oh, this was September. I remember that wheel. Wait, cute. Aww. Good times. That's not my neighbor. Oh, those bangs. Oh my god, the bangs in this one. Oh, girl. The bang. Okay, I'm only saying this because I can and I'm not trying to be a hater to myself. But I remember I cut my bangs. I recut my bangs. And, listen, I didn't mind the bangs when they were professionally done, Fee. But these ones weren't. And it was just not good. It was like, when my bangs were good, I loved them. No, you're going to take it back. You're going to take back what you said. With love and light, these bangs were really bad. Oh! Oh! They were really bad. They were really choppy. And it was like so uneven. Oh. Velcro, your bang could never be worse than my bang. But it's okay, we've been there. Like, I just have to laugh about it. Is this bang as bad? Oh, yeah. Yeah, look, I had to live like that, man. Look, they're not bad if you squint, and sometimes I styled them okay. Oh, no, girl. No, no, no. You know how people say they ate and left no crumbs? I left the whole meal. It was just not good. But then some days it looked kind of cute, and then other days not. 10 hours. Oh, 3 hours partnered. Okay. Oh, okay. That bang like is kind of hiding. Yeah, it was kind of like... That wasn't too bad when they grow out. But when I did a micro bang myself, it was like a bit scary. 3 hours partnered. Classic. Wait, did I put 3 hours? 3 years partnered. Ew. Guys, this year I'm 6 years partnered. Ugh. Micro bang myself. Here's the thing. I love a good bang if it's done right. Yes. Yes, Lexi. You know what happened with me? You said 3 hours. Oh, sorry. That's funny. I feel like it's because I would be sad and then cut a bang in. Like every time I decide to cut bangs again, they behave worse. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Nat. I like where my hair is at. I also love a bang. Yeah. Nat said it is cute though. I Brad Mondo butterfly cut my hair when I'm depressed. I know, Avo, you're right. I don't mind myself with a bang. when it's done right, I think I can suit them, but I think I prefer where my hair is at now, and I do want to grow my hair even longer. I feel like at the time you'd be like, guys, yeah, Lizzie. I would be like, guys, I did it. But I haven't done that in a while. Like, it used to be so wild where I'd be like, I would literally feel like a piece of shit, and I would go, I'm going to cut my hair off, and I would cut it a bobbin. And then it was jagged, so I would have to go to the hairdresser, and they would have to cut it and make it even, and it would be even shorter because I didn't cut it properly. I haven't done that in a while, which says a lot about my mental health. But I did that a lot. And I love my long hair on me. Like, I don't want to cut it. Need the Women's Day article that tracks your hairstyle trend. Oh, God. I'm always tempted to dye it. I did like the bit of red in my bang, but it's growing out. Yeah, you can see it, I think. Slightly. It's like here. Here down. No, I'm definitely, I want to cut, I nearly cut a bang in the other day. This is you right now. What is this? What is this? This is you right now.
Not the bang. The bang. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Excuse me.
Oh god, this is just too pathetic.
Can I order?
Yeah, someone's gonna be right with you.
That's Keto looking at my bangs. Going, no. Space buns plus watermelon top. Carla could do no wrong on my eyes. Lizzie! I do like a space bun with a bang. You're right. You're right. You know what it is as well? I just had a lot of things going wrong for me at the time. Like, bad bang. Bad length. I mean, what was going wrong with my titties? Damn. It's a mixture weight on my bones and the titties a bit doozy there, but they were there. But I was really struggling with my confidence at that time. So I was really just piling on all the stuff. So I think altogether it didn't work. But I think right now if I cut in a bang, it would work. But then that's very Dakota Johnson of me. But also Dakota Johnson is beautiful. But also I'm not Dakota Johnson. You know? I can look at her hair and be like, I want that hair. And then I don't have her face. So it's like, gotta be careful. Yeah, it's my titties, Freedom. What the hell? Although I don't really mind. Because we all found out earlier that I can clap something else. I have to verify this. What the hell? Literally. That was me. That was me. And you know what? Good for me. I was weirdly confident in a sense. Being like, oh, I can pull these off. And then you look back at it and you're like, girl, have you tried clapping from the front? Well, that's easy. No, I'm joking. Of a girl confiding in a friend that she's thinking about getting bangs. You know what I say now, though? When someone tells me that, I'm like, hey, I'm all for doing something you want. Go for it. But I also say, maybe not. Because if I can tell they're in a state, then I'm trying to prevent them from doing what I'm doing. So I try to like give them something like, hey, maybe not do that. But also, if you really want to, go for it. Who am I? Also, Rachel, my love, I'm so sorry. I've been talking about bangs and stupid shit for 20 minutes. Are you still here? I forgot your subby. Now I deserve to cut in my bangs right now. Thank you for 6 months, doll. I'm really sorry that I got distracted. I deserve a bang and a bob. A bang and a bob. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll say thank you again if you come back in. Cutting bangs live on stream. I don't know. And talking about clapping cheeks and all sorts of things. I know. We're doing it. All right, let me load into the thing. I think we'll do this one and then maybe go to either ARC or DBD. I am keen on some DBD later, for sure. Like, I'm actually itching for it. If we don't do ARC today, guys, I promise we will do tomorrow. So, regardless. Alok, you want to get into ARC? You should! I would love to hear you on the mic. Drain the main vein. Alright, so I have 3 pumps now. Only 1 barrier. I'm scared about this one. I will reheat my food though. I'll just give you some relaxing noises. of rain. Ark is still fun. Would you prefer Ark than DBD? I'm not going to play Ark for super long, but I do want to get some looting and some gambas. It's relaxing? Really? Cosplay comp when? Ooh, wait, we should do that. I'm down. I'm so down. Oh, wait. You're talking about Ark. That's so funny. They see me draining. They hating. I haven't finished Red Dead 2, no. I do like a good city. Ooh, mamma mia. Alright. I'm gonna go quickly reheat my food. I'll be a couple of minutes. Because that's chucking and it always doesn't reheat properly. I'll be back soon though. While I'm there, I may as well change me surfboard, if you know what I mean. Give you some music. Alright, so I'm thinking this level, and then Ark Raiders, and then DBD. What if I'm on about a completely different game? I think you are, babe. Are you talking about Ark with the animals? Are you talking about Ark Raiders or Ark Animals? Because I was like, Keto talking about Ark Raiders? Like, that's surprising. But I believed you. Oh.
Sorry to break it to you, Joe. I was talking about Ark Raiders.
Look, we'll do a poll. You should, though. I would love to hear you talk about it. Dinosaurs! Okay, I'll be back. I kind of have to laugh at it. I actually thought that because the bowl was too hot, and I was like trying to cool it down with my tea towel. I'm like, what if it's just filling up right now? Okay. Hold. Wow, it is flooded. Definitely more flooded. Do I restart? No. Should be okay. Whoopsies. Okay. Put my food here. John, I told you not to flood the streets. Okay. Alright. Drain the main vein. Oh, there is a drain here. It's not blocked though. Right? Josh! Excuse you, doll. Hello? How are you? Oh, yes. No, that's okay. That was me yesterday, actually. I was in bed. And it was one of those days or nights where you're falling asleep, not realizing it, waking up going, what the hell? Thank you, Josh. Same for you, doll. Hope your weekend was good. Yeah, I was nodding off. Parking garage pool. Oh, game what? On your break? That's brave. Oh my god. I'm guessing you're enjoying it. I'll start with Red Dead tomorrow and then we'll go into Faz. I'm trying to let it drain. Can I put the water? Oh, okay. Never mind. Where's the drain? Oh, the camera's looking at me. Well, Clary, of course. It has to be. I'm nearly 30% of the way done. Yeah, Keto, I have no clue. I'm so bad at that game. Poor Tammy. Oh, we gotta repair it. Oh no! Uh-oh, I need my wrench. Hold. Yeah, this game makes me feel really nice. It's all I wanted to play today. I was like, guys, I know I should play Red Dead. But I don't want to play anything else. Not sprinklers. Oh, we're screwed. I know, Abby. I know. I feel like I'm not even that knowledgeable about DBD. Like, Tammy's just... It's honestly so intriguing to me. Like, what a flex. It's a demon. Okay, girl, let's go. Yeah, alright, let's go then. Since you know. Let's go. I'm gonna put a thing on as well, guys. It's an extension on Twitch that lets you basically have your own journal, your evidence journal. So even though you won't be playing, you can put evidence in yourself. And kind of play along. Sorry, a bit of bone. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. So you can kind of like join in. Thought it was cool. Yeah. So we'll do Red Dead. So a huge day tomorrow. We'll do a bit of Red Dead into Faz. And then Ark or DBD. And then the following day is Games with Gran into Friend Slot. Evidence for the ghost, Stinky. So if you see something, or if you hear me say something, or if we don't know what the ghost is, even though Tammy will know, you'll be able to like have your own journal on your screen, which I think is really cool. For Faz, yeah. Okay, so I think I need to do something. I don't think I can do this, but imagine if I could. I don't know if this is a thing or not. I know, Fox. I can't believe how far Faz has come. Oh, that's cool. It's just going straight in. Oh, my bad. Yippee! Yep. Now wait. I think this is still okay because some is going in here. Wait, let me see. Is it going down? I think so. Striker, good question. I think because it was so... Oh, I could have done it here. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I'm keeping you engaged. See? I made you talk. It worked. No, but I get what you're saying. Whoopsies. Let's go up here quickly. You may flood it being right on top of the drain. Oh, these are fine. Oh, it's just down here. Okay. I think it's gonna work. Maybe. The water is going down. Let's see if it keeps going down or if it goes up and down. I think it's working. What if I put it off? Guys, wait. You move the pumps back and pump it into the drain, the bottom of the ramp. Why don't I do this? Oh yeah. Oh, it's right in there. Oh, it's sucking. Burrito. Wait. Just hear me out. I think it's working. Yeah, when it goes straight into the drain, it's so satisfying. Sometimes. Yes. Oh, I love when I see it just stick its head in the drain like, hey. Oh shit, let me get my thing. Oh, sucky, sucky, mommy. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going in. Oh, yes. I'm getting a bag today. Watch it be like $1,000. I was tabbed out and confused. Oh, I'm so sorry. Uh-oh. Keto's been here. Uh-oh. Dropped a log. I think we're doing really well. I like this level. What the hell? Oh, cool. Okay. Sure. Sure thing. How's the sucking going? We're doing good? I personally think we're doing fantastic. Am I freezing? No. Thought my stream was about to crash. Amazing. Oh, there is another thing here. Oh, for the love of crumb cake. Okay. Uh-oh. At least we figured it out now. Hello? Nice. Alright, well, that's good. Clear the poo. Stunning. That's a new one? Oh, I love that one. I've been saying that. I think that's from either The Simpsons or I've just always said it as a kid. I don't know. One of my faves. Moister than an oyster. Oh, yeah. Don't tempt me with a good time. Oh, shit. That's a lot of poo. Wait, I haven't seen that. What the hell? No, don't make me quote. I know, Peachy, I don't know either. Like, a part of me felt really bad. 'Cause I was like, fuck, I really want to stream this game. Like, oh, I feel bad. But you know what? I think there's a lot of us that also enjoy it. So it works out. But it fills up. Who's been shitting in the drains? Ooh. I'm gonna see if I can block that. I wonder if that's affecting things. Me. Bloody hell. It's still sucking. Okay, I'm gonna go get... I do think 4 pumps is helping. I wonder if I can squeegee the water to the thing. Guys. The back-to-back comments. Yes, come over here. Yes. I don't think that's doing anything. Just trying to push it over here. Let's go back around here. Maybe it's actually okay. How do you know my high school nickname? Oh, yeah, listen. I spoke to someone. This one. This one is pouring out. I'll have to pump it. Gotta bloody pump it. I'm over it. The running sends me to the moon. Maybe I don't need to. We'll see. I'm gonna move this one further in here. That sucking? Yep. There's poo? Is this count? What is... I'm halfway done with the water level. We might survive. Lot 3's done? How? Oh, look at this. Cool. Oh my god. Flashbang. This is fine apparently, according to the game. I don't agree, but okay. We'll go over here. Trapper, hello! Next time I poo in a drain, I'll think of you. Poo in a drain? Wait, let me come. Rice went down my bra, better than on my cat yesterday. Lot 4 is soaking wet. Where's the drain here? Oh, here, okay. Well, they call me Lot 4. Oh, you can't. Okay. That's fine. We don't need you anyway. Sorry, ma'am. Just gonna borrow your car. Do you mind if I put it on the Honda Civic, doll? I knew you'd understand. The little stomps kill me. Little pump for your Honda Civ too. Hey, exactly right. Now it concerns me that it's crossing off that the lots are done, but the water is still halfway. So what have I missed? What is around for me to discover? Kirby! I don't. Yep. Exactly right. Oh, here we go. What's this? Why is it so bright in here? Where's the other water? I'm scared. Must be over here. Center of the ramps. Uh-oh. So not around here. Oh. Ignore me, guys. Eating my chicken and rice while draining things. At the base of each ramp. Oh, like here. Oh, gotcha. Oh, that is full of... That's full of juicy water, isn't it, doll? That's just begging to be drained. Absolutely begging. Hold. Wait, an emote with the bang. Oh my god, wait. A relic. An absolute relic doll. Jesus Christ. Bit scary, isn't it? Alright, it's sucking. Look at that. Stinky, what type of bug? Walk down the side. Walk down the side. Oh. Oh. I was gonna say, there's no way it was just this. Are there any drains around here? Oh, a shovel. Okay, great. Yes. Perfect. I was gonna say, girl. No, you're fine, Striker. Unless I say something out loud, I'm so open for people to help me because I probably wouldn't have figured that out anytime soon. Well, those 2 pumps really worked hard for their money. I'm buying. Can you drown if the water rises too much? No, because apparently I'm the GOAT of all time. And that just, I can't be tamed, as Miley Cyrus once said. It is, I do need to drain this a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can do this without draining it. Oh, you can drain. That's alright. I haven't seen the new. I watched the first episode of the latest season. It's very clever. It's very well done. Have you finished the new season yet? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm going to. Do this. Ain't no ordinary girl. I haven't seen that one, Stinky, no, but I've seen Heartbreak High. Just not the new season. I'm gonna suck this while I home. You haven't watched the last season? No, that's okay, Stinky. Oh. Hold. You're like, babe, it's a fucking movie. What? God. It's a fucking movie. I just said it in my paragraph. No, but honestly, that's something I would do anyway, so it's valid to think that I would have said that. I am special in that way. Have we done that a million times? Okay, I'm gonna move this generator. Do I do things the hard way? Do I consider it the hard way? No. It is. I don't mean to. I just have a lot of faith in that generator. Jesus Christ. Alright. We're back, baby. There we go. And then I'm going to get my shovel. And we're going to dig this drain. It's a creative way, guys. I just want it to let me dig out the drain. Want to play mermaids? No, coach, give me it. I need this. What was my mermaid tail? I don't. What color? I'm not too sure. Did anyone play Ship Shark Submarines? Yeah, it's basically crime scene cleaner without the death and blood. Yes. Ship Shark Submarines. I really want to dig. Oh wait, ready guys? This will fix it. I said this will fix it. Perfect. I just want to dig that last bit out. I haven't played the update, no. Is the paid DLC out yet? Okay, I'll have to do something that I don't want to do. I wondered why. I knew there was something suspicious. I was like, this is taking me too quick. I'm like, there has to be something else. Okay, I'm gonna keep draining it. What's the time? 2:30. Feels like, does anyone else still feel like daylight savings is kind of screwing them over? Like, I'm really tired at night. It just feels later all the time. I know that's how it works, but still, girl. Yeah, the nightmare mode. I'm excited for the story. Having the long weekend over the same weekend. Yeah. Went to bed early last night, woke up 2 hours later. No. I fell asleep at 11 yesterday. I got in bed to relax. I was feeling a bit off. And I was literally dozing off. Yeah, the gen's secure, guys. That reminds me of Storage Hunter. I beat my clock up and then they went back to normal. Oh, yeah. I haven't changed my microwave yet. So I keep getting jump scared. I do have another pump. Oh. I don't think it fits over here, does it? Imagine. I'm not doing that. wish I could catch more of their streams. I miss so many of my friends' streams. That's so nice. Yeah, it's kind of nice when I can't sleep and I get to enjoy streams and stuff. Kind of like when I couldn't sleep that one night and I ended up playing Delulu with Chris and I got into Ninja's lobby. Like, what? That's actually hilarious. Meant to be. Also, I'm playing Pokemon Go at the moment. Most random thing to wake up to, I know. Ugh. Guys, look, it's sucking. No, don't kill me. I'm Australian. Yes, drain, my pretties, drain. Alright, we're doing it. We're doing the thing. That's draining. Where's me rake? I would love to hear what you have in common. Poop. Not sorry, not you. Just saying that out loud. I will tell you, I think Mimi truly helps me sleep. When she rarely does, because I have this, okay, this is gonna sound cruel, but let me tell you what I do every night with my cat. She usually scratches the door really aggressively to get out, and that was keeping me awake. But I close the door and lock it because I don't know why. I know I'm safe. But for me, closing and locking my bedroom door when I sleep just gives me another layer of peace. I don't know why. I'm like, cool. I don't know. Anyway. So she would scratch the door to get out. And half the time I would open the door and she'd just come back to bed. Like, she just wants my attention. Because she has water and food in my room, a little like bowl. And she always goes to the toilet before bed. So I know she doesn't need to go. Whatever. So I started putting, this is going to sound cruel. Wait, hear me out. I started putting my couch pillows on the bottom of the door to stop her from thinking of scratching the door. And it's worked. If she's really desperate and needs something, she'll scratch the mirror. But the door is no longer a attention-seeking tool for her. Because I put little pillows at the end. She can't reach the door otherwise. And then my ensuite, I put a pillow on that door too. So it looks ridiculous. But she doesn't scratch the door anymore. So we have a little routine. I'll carry her to bed every night. And I'll put her on her heating pad. I turn it on for her. And she's on the heating pad. And then the door's locked. My rain sounds are on. Her food's full. Her water's full. And then we go to bed. And she'll like hop down for bickies and come back. And go for a drink and come back. But like, she is literally by my side the whole night. Like, I'll wake up and she's spooning me basically. Like, she's always there. And yeah, we sleep together the whole night. And that's a big source of comfort for me. But I did have to distract her with the pillows. But don't worry, she's not trapped. If she wants to get out, she would literally scratch the mirror and I'd let her out. But yeah, it's very cute. Yeah. We have a big routine. That's why when I'm leaving her at night, I'm like, oh, baby. I feel so bad, but yeah, big routine household here. Do I need to? I do. Where is a drain? Right there. Will this work? Let's see. It feels like I am low-key trapping her, to be honest. But kitty owners know kitties well. Like, she would not be there if she didn't want to be there. So I shouldn't feel as bad as I do. She would let me know. That's getting emptied. That's going good. Amazing. These are both done. I guess I could do these. Oh, shark. They're just little babies. I know for sure, and this is really grim to say, but I know for sure, even though Mimi's gonna live forever, that I'm gonna sleep real weird when she's not here. So she is living forever. It's crazy though, she's lived with me at every house. Yeah, Keto. Ooh. She's literally like, she was there in my first apartment when I was learning to stream. I mean, she's been with me since I'm 16. Like, that's crazy if you think about it. 16. I was just a baby. I know, I know. I try not to. I'm usually pretty good, but then sometimes I'm kind of like, oh. No. Don't. Oh, Mimi's breath sometimes. Girl. But I'll take that. That's fine. Aww, shark. Yeah. Definitely. I know I got really lucky with Mimi though, so... Oh, she's so cute. Where is she? Come back. It's actually, sometimes I end stream because I feel like she needs some us time. She can always sit on me whenever she wants, but I know it's a bit different. How are we going in here, sisters? I wonder if I would like to stream Power Wash Sim. It's funny. I always was against streaming Power Wash Sim because I was like, what's the point, you know? This is literally opposite of Power Wash Sim. I probably enjoy it. We don't have a Mimi cam because she moves around so often. Good. My nephew has started soccer. So cute. So she went to that recently, and I think they did an Easter hunt while I was away. I know, game. You know why? They'll have a bad experience with a cat, and then that will be it. Like, you know what? Fuck cats. But just, look, I get that. I've had bad, I get it to a point, but at the same time, like, I've had a bad experience with every animal, you know? But I don't think we should categorize those bad experiences and just, you know, wish harm on them. A Carla mum cam? Imagine. Mum would have way too much fun with that. She'd put on different hats. All we did was stand on business. Yeah. And I've been saying that. Oh, I did it. Oh. 5 stars is... Oh, $1,500 though. That's good. We needed that. Oh. Oh, God. Just crack my back. I might switch to Deebs now. Let's see what the next mission is. If it's another town mission, I'll do it. But if it's a dirt farm one...
The parking garage has been cleared. The cars are no longer underwater. They also no longer start, but visually, things are improving. The rain has paused, but the canal at the outskirts of town has been at capacity for days. One side of the canal wall is cracking and starting to bow outward. It is extremely close to collapsing.
Oh, this is a...
And directly behind it,
I'll save
sits
this.
the old church. On the bright side, at least we'll have good lighting if it happens.
Canal about to collapse. 10 minutes to prevent flooding. Damn. Is this the last one? How many have we done today? Oh, there's 2 more. Yeah. Should we save the last 2 then? So we have something to look forward to? I can't believe we played nearly 4 hours of this. Well, I can believe it. What did we do today? We did farm, parking garage, and we redid the convenience store. I don't want to say goodbye to it yet. I can't believe you guys have been so nice and just been like, yeah, play this game, Carls. It's a great game. It just feels very, like, not stimulating, but maybe that's good. Sometimes you don't want to be stimulated. Yeah, down for some DBD and yaps. I feel like I can talk more with DBD. I missed so many messages playing this one. A Carla Mum dress up stream. We should dress up as each other. I would do a good impression of Mum. Sometimes you gotta move the water around. Yeah, Wisp, I honestly needed low energy today and yesterday. Tomorrow I should be right. Alright, well, yay! Love. Thank you for hanging again, Coach. So nice of you. Let's save the last 2 then. Yes! We'll make sure you're here when we do the church. Oh yeah, the PTB patch notes, guys. Wait, hold the phone. Stop. Diminishing returns update. I've heard about this. And I don't know how keen people are about it. While in a trial, repeated positive or negative gameplay modifiers and status effects are now affected by diminishing returns. Identical modifiers granted by powers, items, perks, and offerings will now be reduced progressively as they become stacked. Modifiers granted from killer power and survivor item add-ons are excluded. Okay. The game modifier with the highest absolute value is always applied, while lesser ones are progressively lowered to a percentage of the original value. The game prioritizes the highest values, reducing the impact of the lesser ones. I think the haste meta made me fully drop the game and this update murders it. Wait, murders the haste meta? What has been the meta? I haven't been locked in. I've just been looping. I just don't... What's been happening? Shark. Yeah. It was good. It rained for the 2 days and then it was sunny the 3rd. It was still beautiful despite the rain. But, yeah. Can we get a smash or pass on like 3 survivors and 3 kills where we jump into matches? Undrained. Hey. Yeah. After 10 years of Dead by Daylight, The ability of killers and survivors to stack modifiers indefinitely has enabled over-accelerating and more intense gameplay. With this update, we aim to normalize how modifiers from different sources interact against each other in order to better preserve the integrity of the game. All major gameplay modifiers and status effects for both roles are included. Like when the killers were like 140% movement speed like years ago. Oh, got you. I think so, Jeffy. I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to understand it too. How are you, my love? Enjoy your meeting tag. How was your weekend, Abby? Whiz. I don't know if this is too much or not, but it's very funny. Which part, Gigi? I can't get this bit out of my head, and I thought Carla might like it. What is it? Additionally, this change will help us as developers create new interesting powers, items, and perks with our roster of existing game modifiers, with far less risk of creating unintended game-breaking scenarios. Okay. If play with your food gives 15% movement speed, other haste perks or add-ons will be reduced. So say if they were running a haste build, the higher, say like one perk was 30% haste, then they get that 30%. The second perk will be reduced by 50? Or if you have botany knowledge, other healing perks below 50%. If you have botany knowledge, other healing perks below 50% need to be reduced. Right. Collectivity is telling us to pop your pussy on down to our summer sale, and everyone is just confused. No, I agree, Gigi, and speak on that. Speak on that. It was good. My fam and I got together. We don't really celebrate Easter. Yeah, it's always a good reason to get together if you don't like celebrate. No, that's beautiful. Is that okay? I'm trying to think. Is that, you know how sometimes I'll do a gen build, and I'll have like Deja, prove thy. Is that what they're saying? They're trying to make that less extreme? But if you will make it, botany will be put down to 25% as it's the second highest value. Right. Right, okay. Like, it will still be there, but it's just not. If you have resilience, deja vu, resilience gives 9, and deja... Oh, okay, yeah. So, if resilience is the highest value, that's 9%, and deja will now give 3 instead of 6. And then if you have something else, they'll be reduced by 25%. And if you have something lower than that, it'll be reduced by 12%. Yeah, Stinky, same. Same. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I guess that's good. Jeffy, how do you feel about it? It makes sense. Look. I think it does make a lot of sense. Once we get into a groove, a lot of people are like, this is ruining the game, but I do think, you know how sometimes we play a game and we're like, alright, we're getting gen rushed. You know, or, oh fuck. I just can't do anything because the killer has so many gen regression perks. I can see how that would help. But what are they doing? I mean, I guess if you're playing with people, then you will have it still, but you have to play with people. It will make solo queue harder, maybe? Visible team perks is really good. I do think that's really cool. I did see something though that when you load into the game you can see who the killer is straight away, which is not good for stealth killers. Ooh. New aura customization. That's cool. Yeah, I do like Deja. But again, in saying that, it's only nerfed if it's the same type of thing, right? So healing and the gen regression, that, like, say if I have a healing perk and I have a gen perk, they're not changing, right? Because they're two different perks doing two different things, right? Am I understanding that correctly? Oh, okay. Yeah, same Jeffy. Are you working from home tomorrow, Doc? Let me know. I don't think it's going to affect my build too much. Because I'll still get my botany fine. I'll still get my Deja fine. My life won't change. Resilience will change a little bit, I think. Let's see. Right, a blight. The default movement speed is down. I kind of like that. But I'm a survivor in terms of, like, I don't play blight, so... Breaking a down pallet now reduces rush tokens down to 2 below maximum. I think that's a good change. Shred movement speeds increased. That's nice. Ooh, the demo. That'll be interesting. So the perks in the same category are going to have less. Yes, I think that's what it is. GG. Yeah. Anything crazy I need to know? Decrease movement speed. Decrease time to recall the fire axe. Ooh, by 1 second, and this by 2 seconds. Any add-ons that I care about? What's 30? Interesting. Down with Torbot Grimes and Torbot Grimes the Blight. I hate a good blight, but I also fucking love a good blight. Fast track. Whenever survivor is hooked, you earn tokens while repairing. Whenever you hit basics, great basic skill check. Spend all tokens. Peak tokens spent the generate gains. Plus 2. Let's see. I was so excited for Dr. Buffs and I see this. Bruh. Increase his speed while charging shock or decrease time for. Are we asking this forever? More buff for Ghostface. Progress is a progress no matter how small it is. Ooh. Wait, one more thing. The progress bar for interactions has a new animation to reinforce the speed differences. The color has been updated so it represents the speed of the interaction, becoming yellow if faster than normal and red if slower than normal. Previously, the color was dependent on individual. Okay. Okay, interesting. I'm not going to do the PTB because no one's ever on it. And it'll take 5 years to install. Interesting. It makes sense. It makes sense. Because when I think of it, I'm like, oh, will it affect me? And I do admit it. Like, there'll be days where I'm feeling naughty. And I'll try and, like, do gens 200% faster. But, like, half the time, nothing really happens. Because I'll just die or I'm too greedy. And then, I don't know. I'm trying to think of another build that will suck now because of that. I think they've made it so that if multiple people do a gen, it's always yellow, even if it's slower than everyone's splitting up. Yeah. I think I want to see it in action. I think I need to see it in action, doll. I'm a bit confused. I get it more now, but I'm still a little bit confused. Okay. Rift to store. Yeah. Can't imagine many survivor builds being worse, but I think those builds that make killers do things quicker are just being hit with a hammer. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a build that made me go, oh my god. GG. You're fine, doll. Maybe we wait. Maybe before I play thingy, I play a killer. Play some Ghostface. Who was I playing last? Oh, I got smashed that game. Oh, Jeffy. Right. Let me do a little investigating here. Where's my Ghostface? So Sloppy. Oh. What is it? Heal 50% slower. Lose 50. Okay. So this would be number 1. So you would get 50% still. And this would be... this is healing progress. Would that count? Wait, the song Kirby? Lukey, you know what? I do need to run an ad, actually. You're right. Mangled is what slows healing. Yes. Okay, so... I might put that on for a laugh. Mangle would go from 20%. Ah, so the percentages still count. It's not just... No, wait. You're right. Yeah. So it would go 20% to 10%. Right. Unless I had something higher than... Sloppy. Alright, let's do this. Already up. 5-minute wait time. Okay. That's probably like 2 minutes, to be fair. I think it's a good thing, right? I saw a lot of people angry on Twitter. But that's not surprising. Hi, Kirby. Gen slowdown perks. You know what I want them to bring back? You know what they should revert since they're doing this whole oh, they won't. I want them to revert made for this. I think that's what it's called. Remember how they were like extra 5% or whatever, or 3% when you're injured, and they went, oh, that's too harsh. How about when you're needing to mend? Or, yeah. Give me that back. I love that. Look at my ghosty. Little ghosty guys. Did I not run an ad that whole time while I was gone? Oh my god, do I? Am I really like... Oh. I'm so sorry, guys. I thought I pressed start ad. I didn't run. I'm really special. I'm so sorry. Killer should keep an eye on how much is in each pump. Oh, great. I don't want to keep an eye on the pumps. Uh-oh. Where's the pump? Should I wait for them to pump it louder? I had a little bit of focus on boons. Yeah. Remember when they... Drop it. Remember when Circle of Healing first came out? And you could heal yourself in the boon? Girl! Hey, girl! Oh. Not good, Keto, not good. Bloody twins. Got me, girl. You got me, girl. I really hope they see that. Oh, there they are. They see that they got me. All right. At least we drained some battery. I feel like someone has head on. Someone has something. A blue pop top? I'm not too sure, actually. Drop the pallet, get rid of it. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna leave him. He should go somewhere else. Hey, girl. I had pop tops. I don't remember blue, though. Ooh, close. Good night, Abs. I think I will try for Red Dead tomorrow because we need this. Nice. Red Rooster. Oh my god, Shark. I don't remember this. I gotta Google it. Oh, I shouldn't chase this. This is not good. I'm just wasting time. That's the second time someone's done that though. That's good for me. As if. What? What angle is that? What the fuck? Girl. Where is he? Girl. Girl. Blind me. Photopia, surely. I need to play more. If this gets it, I was about to be like, girl. That was so bad. I've wasted so much time. And I need to use my power as well. Hi, Nell. How are you? I do need to play more Photopia, but I'm like, shit, I have to continue the Red Dead story. Nel Darmari. Who's around? No one, yay. Okay, I still lost way too many gens. My bad. Too many games. Fuck it. Drain time. I know. I played Drain game yesterday because my brain was just... I couldn't do a story or anything. I was just like, ugh. I'll play DBD or whatever. And then someone's like, oh, by the way, Drain Sim. And I was like, Drain Sim? And I thought, fuck it. I'm having like a nothing day. I'll play Drain Sim. And then I woke up today, Chris, being like, oh, I want to play it. I really enjoyed it. It really scratches your brain. But you're right. You're right. I just know what I feel. You know when you have a day when you don't know what you feel like? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I was like, fuck, I don't know what to play. But all I couldn't stop thinking about Drain Sim. Okay, he's around. There are so many people around. Where is she? Girl. 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 Oh, wait, I want to play it. How did you find VHS Sim, Chris, by the way? Gosh. This man has double batteries. He has 5 batteries attached to his flashlight. Dead hard, no. At least they're all off a gen right now. haven't used my power at all. God, everyone's so loud. All right. Okay, I gotta check this. It might be too late, but I have to be more stealthy. Even Luke and Shan is so funny. How dare you? How dare you? I think so. I don't think I'll get him. They know. Damn it, they know. I have to break this. I'm so slow. Oh, that's such a good feeling. Someone's gonna take this from me then. Surprisingly not. Cool. They should leave. I don't know if I can get Nancy. I can get Nancy. There you go. Nancy, listen. Hear me out. I think your friend will get you. I'm good. How are you though? Sorry. That friend. Okay, there they go. They're dead. Nice. Yeah, listen. Did I chase everyone for too long? Yes. Did I use my power? Not really. Do I regret it? No. Sometimes you have to. GG. Whoopsie. Did you have fun? Yeah, it is fun actually. It's fun chasing a good player. Like, it hurts your soul when you get flashy saved or something, but it's like fun trying to get it. Cheeky little 1k. I'll take it. I'll take it. A kill's a kill. It wasn't a 0k. I had 9 hooks. That's pretty good. Were you amazing, Drainer? Yes, of course. I got rolled as Huntress last time. I had like Seal Team 6 on me. And I was missing easy shots. So let's try that pain again. Let's run it back. Custom Steam name? Oh no. What's the Steam name? What's the Steam name? How's work, Tammy? What is it? Chris. Drain me clean. Great. Maybe they're less likely to click on my name. What am I doing here? Blood Warden. Charting? Games are good. We did 2.5 levels of Drain Sim, and then we only have 2 levels left. So I was like, okay, I really have to save it. Chris, I always forget that I made that my my banner for DVD, and it cracks me up every time. Dead by Daylight. What did Shan get any minis today for her birthday? Oh, gotta check my Pokemon Go. I actually have to go for a walk this afternoon to I can never beat the sunshine because of daylight savings. What's this? Ooh. Oh, Grunt's trying to fight with me. I'm not ready for this. Hi CD. Walk through Valentine. That requires gold. Do you have some? The hospital's next to 2 Pokestops. What the hell? I was trying to find some at the campground, but there wasn't a lot. Say no more. Say no more, doll. Have you been playing? Oh, wait. What is being impacting healing speed repair? Oh. Kiddo, that makes sense. Yeah. That requires gold. Do you have some? Bendy, that fucking haircut. Okay. Yes, tomorrow I think we'll start with Red Dead and then I'll go into Faz. And then... Yes. Yes. I hope I'm not coming down with something. I feel really tired. I feel like a tired girl. Meant to find. I don't know what a good huntress thing is anymore. Dead Man's good, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a tired day. That's why I woke up and I was like, something's in the air. I woke up and I was like, I really want to play Red Dead, but I don't know. You know? That's why I played Drain Sim. Plus, I couldn't stop thinking about Drain Sim. I honestly think I'm gonna try and speed run some of the maps off stream. I don't know. I want more pumps. But no, it's been good. It's been good. I didn't think I'd like it. Carl gifted it to me and it was really lovely. I was like, thank you. But what I pictured was like a pipe puzzle game where you have to connect certain pipes. I didn't think it was going to be what it is. Maybe something's in Gatorade. Tammy's everything okay? Not the alarm. Don't have the time. Yeah, I was tired today. I'm glad I got on there. I was late and I was like, oh, I don't know if I should stream today, but because I just got back from camping, I was like, oh, no. We gotta hang out. We gotta do it. I'll have some explosive Survivor gameplay after this. Gigi. Good night. Have a good sleep. I think I'm gonna go to bed early tonight myself. It's literally only 3:30 and I'm like, well, I should go to bed soon. I'm real tired. Oh, tired girl. God. How many hours did I do yesterday? I did 7, didn't I? Or 7.5, because I... Yeah, I think I did 7.5. No, yeah, like, I could nap right now, but I don't want to not sleep later. But I think I'll start early tomorrow, because I was up early today. So I was going to start much earlier than I did, actually. And I felt a bit sick, so I just kind of ate food and just... I took my time. But I was up at like 8 a.m. For context, I started at 11 a.m. So I could have started way earlier. So I'll do that tomorrow. I'll probably start early with Red Dead because I really want to continue the story. And then we'll play some Faz. And then next week, I'm gonna commit to it. I'm gonna do a full day of Red Dead. We really need to put a dent in this game. I keep doing 3-hour streams of it. Hi, Leah. How are you doing? How are ya? Yeah, I need to do a longer stream of it. I just kind of fell into the drain sim a little bit. You finished Red Dead already? Shit, I'm bad. I'm such a slow burn Andy. Also, oh my god. I don't know if anyone else is like this. But sometimes I can't like... Oh, here it is. Yes. If I have like a jumper on, I have to roll my sleeve up to feel skin on my desk. Like the material just feels like is blocking me from playing good, which makes no sense. Nice. Nice. You got me good, girl. Someone was around. Do we have another flashlight, Andy? Another flashlight, girly? Oh my god. Tammy. Just wow. Deebs, I think we've only played one game of Ghosty. So maybe 30 minutes though? I did slice up, I played a ton each day. Oh, okay. How many hours each day do you think you played? No, I want to do like a 6-hour stream. Like exclusively just playing that. Because I've been playing too many little things. I want to stop that leak. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I gotta stop trying to fit in too much in one stream. I don't regret it, but I'm trying to do too much, so I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna do 2 hours of Pacopia and 2 hours of Red Dead and then 2 hours of DBD. It's like, girl. I don't know how to play Houndmaster. How do you play as them? Oh, they're running. Yeah, that's another thing, which I think is a really cool thing to experience, is I feel like there's a lot of good games out at the moment. Like, I think we're all having a really good time. What if I can hit through there? Nope. I'm gonna go over here. I think someone's doing this gen. Oh, they all have, canisters. This is an unfortunate map for me. There's so many of these rock loops. I love running a Huntress on those. Oh my god. I want that game so bad. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I'm so excited to play that. I didn't play the demo for a reason. I was like, oh, I want to save it. But I don't know if that was the right choice, but I just didn't want to like have it all gone. Nice. It's really bad though. I probably should have got like, I got to start thinking of outsourcing things, like actually posting clips. I think I fixed my quality issue now, so I'll probably be able to post more reels, because that's what stopped me. I would edit this video and my webcam would be blurry. And I'd be like, I don't want to post that. Like, fair enough if that's what my webcam looked like. But it doesn't. Like, oh. Yeah, but I fixed it now, so I'm kind of feeling more... I don't know. Now I want to do more, because I'm like, okay, I'm proud to put that up, you know? You can continue your demo game? $2K. It used to be. I don't know what stopped it. The real test will be Red Dead tomorrow. I'm curious if you guys watch it tomorrow and go, holy shit. Oh, Leah, nice. Yeah, it was the other day where it was weird. Like my VOD from yesterday, you can click on it. It's 30 minutes. You can watch a bit of that and be like, what the hell? And then you go to the next, like me when I stopped and restarted the stream. It's so clear as day. Nicer. God, I'm so excited. Maybe I should play the VOD. Thought I heard someone. I want to play the game so bad. Isn't it coming out the 16th or something? Shoot. I gotta down some hours of Red Dead. I gotta door it. Unless... Should I start with Faz tomorrow? And then play Red Dead? So I get more time for Red Dead? Because if I do Red Dead first, we're gonna have 2 hours of it, which is fine. But if I play Red Dead after Faz, we might have 3, 4, 5 hours. Because then the next day is Friend Slop. I love how excited people get for Faz. Very cute. Even though I'm terrible at it. Nice. I feel like I need to commit to Faz longer because it hasn't clicked in my brain. I think I'm just still stuck on old Faz, like when it first came out. And even then I wasn't good at it. Alright, this little lady. Pole. Oh. Please stun me. Oh, that's hot. Oh! True. Oh, true. Wait. What time zone? Because I could play Where did they run to? All the media and how it works. Oh. God, I wish I was good at it. I should try to learn it properly. I think we're in different time zones, aren't we, Keto? If you're still here? No press. If you're not and you're watching the VOD back. Oh, everything is schmovin'. I hear people behind me too. Ooh. That's fun. Thank you, Tammy. You are an expert, first of all. First of all, second of all, third of all, I'm joking. Okay, they're all Death Hook, which is quite nice for me. If they do that, this is like a 4-gen kind of. This is the furthest one. No, Sierra, I'm telling you. Most of my games, I'll get 1 to 2k. 2k's being very nice. But I also do understand as well that I don't really try as hard as I should. Like, I don't patrol gens usually. I chase for too long. Like, I don't care. But even when I do try, it's still rough sometimes. Like, that's why I took winning out of the equation. I was just kind of like, fuck it. We'll see what happens each game. Because it's definitely an interesting time. That gen is so close from popping. Like right now, hey, right? They're all on Death Hook. And I still am probably gonna lose the game. And that's fine. But like it's just crazy sometimes. Yeah, that's fair. Even Sierra, I kind of feel the same way at the moment, and I have so many hours in this game. Like, I think I like playing Ghosty, but there's no one at the moment where I'm like, yes. Although I like playing a lot of killers just to play them for their noises and the fun. But there's none that I'm like maining at the moment. Like, cause Huntress, half the time her hatchets don't validate. I don't think they fixed it. So that can be like hard. I know Ghosty's kind of bugged too. That was close. Nice. someone around here? I'll just do it. Ooh, bit early there, pumpkin pie. Yeah, I like Myers games a lot. We should do a Myers. Like, Myers and Ghosties are just fun. Oh, that was a dead hard. Nice. Does she have a flashlight? Oh, they're on that one. Nice. I'll take a 3K. Wait. Oh. Guys, a second, not even, a split second, I would have had Blood Warden. A split sec, I forgot. She opened the door just slightly after I hooked. Ooh, that would have been so nice. Oh, that was so close. Ooh, that was so close. I forgot about that. God damn it. That would have been real nice. That would have been juicy. That's alright. We should do Myers. Would you make any DVD character in Tamagotchi Life? Yeah. Who should I make though? Should we make Arthur Morgan? Should we make Arthur Morgan and someone fall in love? Who's prominent in our life? Bob Ross. Kath and Kim. Terry and Jolene. Anything Simpsons. Hi, Josh. Kevin Kim. It's good, Em. I like it more on the Survivor side. I will play some Survivor in a second. But it's fun. I really like pouring blood into the gens, even though I know it's not... Like, it's not really smart. But I like it. It's better just to sit on the gen, to be honest. Dora. Trying to think who else. I feel like we have a meme that we're not remembering. Ooh, Bob Catter. I ain't spending any time on it. Let 1,000 blossoms bloom, as far as I'm concerned. The gas cans are interesting, though the Trickster map is so hard with the gas cans. Yeah. I really like that map. It's visually so nice, but I definitely noticed that. Pizza from the Plaza Hotel. The gal from Liar's Bar. It's good, Josh. Just a little quiet, vibey stream today because I'm so low energy. Tomorrow, though, it's going to be hot and heavy, guys. I swear. We'll play Red Dead and Faz, and it'll be a very good time. Be a great time. Cause I'm on holiday. Anytime I see Myers, I just think of Jeffy. Oh. How many times has Jeffy killed me with Scratch Mirror sniped in? Oh, they're scary. They're scary as Myers. I don't like the way Michael's staring at me through the screen. There's probably like so many clips of me screaming. Oh my god. Anytime I am Survivor, I honestly automatically think it's Jeffy, to be honest. If the gay bird's on the hook, I'm screwed. I'm bloody screwed. Oh, you know what? Let's play some Survivor. I gotta get Drain Me Clean off. That bloody gay bird. Hold. Let's go fill some gas cans still. Let's fill up with gas. Extra info. Oh, that's cool. This would have been great for me 6 years ago. Exhausted survivors cannot use perks that give exhausted. Oh. With you. Oh, we have, Drain Me Clean. Nell's on. Flow state. You bless and cleanse 10% faster. See, this won't be worth it when the change comes, right? Because that will be 5% faster. And resilience will be half that as well. Shoot. I know that bird. Yeah. Be a responsible guy. Treating me like you're supposed to do. Uh-huh. Alright. It's time. God, I'm so out of it today. I'm so tired. But I want to stream. Don't make me tired, please. Kindred. Well, another time you see the auras. Maybe I do. Oh, okay. Oh, so. Is Faz even installed? Hold. Oh my god, I keep getting it installed. Look at me. Watch me get addicted to Faz this year. Oh my god, guys. Guys, my review. What? How many hours do I have? 68. I reviewed this at 12 hours. And that was in that was 2020. Girl, that's so funny. My review. 6-year-old review. What a game. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Just make sure you don't make sounds when the ghosts are haunting you. What a game. What's my review for DBD? Oh, not the time, Carla, not the time. That's embarrassing. Did I leave a review for DBD? No, I haven't written a review for DBD. What? What about Road 96? Surely I left a review for this one. No? So I just left a review for Faz? What the hell? Massive, I can't play the game. I'm soft locked into Steam. You have to help me get out of here. I can't. This is crazy. I'm really upset. I can't click out of it. Oh my god, I can. Minus. Nice. Thank god. Faz just got you good. I know. Because you couldn't even... Is that the only one you... I've reviewed indie games before, for sure. But I must have been in my review era when I was playing Faz. Because when that came out, though, it was kind of like the first of its kind in the sense that no one had made a game like that. It was kind of like, yeah, it was kind of crazy. You couldn't run though. Hey girl, ooh, missed me. Like you couldn't run. You would walk really slowly. Rip your ankles. Hi Bella. Yeah, it was crazy. Rip his. We both hurt our ankles. I usually run Strength in Shadows. Usually. I took it off for that that new perk. But I like it. It always works for me personally. A lot of people hate it, but I think it's cool. I'm good, thank you. I was checking if Faz was installed for tomorrow, and I can't believe I left a review on it. I don't even remember writing that. I just done my nails. Wait, I've just got done doing my nails. Might have gone a bit too long. Wait, you did acrylic? Oh, the bot got stuck in a trap. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, we're all down here. Oh no. Thank you. Fuck. Oh, there's so many traps. I still have endurance. Thank you. Ah! There's so many traps, bro. No. It's happening. Basement trapper. This is a really good basement for them to do. All right. Oh, you got deliverance? Nice. Perfect. Okay, I'll go away then. I'll run as far away as I can. I wish I had another healing perk. The trapper is stoked. But, joke's on him. The game is not over yet. I repeat, the game is not over yet. Let's heal, let's heal. Jeffy, you hang in there, sweetie. I'm coming. Alright, I'm gonna come and get you. But there's 5 million traps. So this isn't ideal. Alright, the bot's going to get you. Alright. Stay there, sweetie. Stay there, sweetie. Everything is all good. Jeffy, it's not all good. It's not all good. There's 5 million traps everywhere, sweetheart. But it's all right. The game's not over yet. The game is not over. In fact, I think the game is just beginning, quite frankly. Don't worry, Massive. You can honestly get the hatch. You've been doing a lot. You've been doing a lot. I'm just throwing every gen. Ah! I am dying here, but the good news is I am very, very sexy. Woo! Woo! Yep, exactly right. Exactly right. Yep. 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 All good in the hood. Yep. Yep. Good times. Yep. Shouldn't have done that. No! Ah! Okay. All right. 5 pallet chase. Not dead yet though, guys. The game is not over. The game couldn't be over. 5 pallet chase. Guys, when, like, obviously, this is not a call out to Massive, but like in a normal game when no one does a gen when you're being chased, just say it was a 5 pallet chase. The game is just beginning. I just spawned in. Some would say go shack, shoot. Okay, I'm going to shack. Some would say the game is merely a new game. Logan! Hello? Wait, I think I've heard about this game. Oh. 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 No! I went the wrong way, Logan! Raviolis! Sorry you saw that. How are you? I thought it was the other way. Welcome in, guys. Welcome to my stream. If you play DBD, GG. Sorry, not doing with a basement trapper, corny ass. Riley, I think you need to look at the bigger picture. The life was nice, yes. Welcome in. How was your horror digging game? I think it seems like corny ass. We might have been able to get that if they did stay though. If we had a human. Sorry, I killed you. No, you didn't kill me. The hatch was at the hatch was at shack, but you don't know which way it's gonna spawn. I blame no, don't blame Logan. Don't blame the ravioli for it. It's okay. We just had the craziest game. It was a basement trapper, with a really interesting basement, might I add. It was a really cool basement trapper, and then we had someone give up because it was a basement trapper, so we would one team member down. It was just ridiculous. Then I looped him for 5 pallets, and yeah. Usually spawns on non-window side. Alright, there you go. There you go. That just shows you how often it spawns at shack for me. If I went around the other way, oh, I was so close. The trapper was probably like, girl. But anyway, sorry about my blabbering. Welcome in, guys. I hope you're fantastic. Hope you had a good stream. Please go eat if you need to. Jeffy, why did I think it was tomorrow? Oh my god. Put me in a fire pit and burn me alive and then eat my carcass. I'm so out of it today. Happy birthday, my love. Oh god. I'm the worst friend ever. Are you jorking it? How was your birthday, doll? Guys, can we get some happy birthdays for Jeffy? Jeffy's the love of my life, and I got dates mixed up. No, it's not fine. I'm gonna waterboard myself in the shower tonight. No, no, no. Not good enough. Not good enough. What are you doing tonight? Are you going out for dinner? Are you going to the Cass stop? Going to the Cass? Happy birthday, my love. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. You know what? That's it. I knew there was something in the air today. I was like, I'm fucking forgetting something. No, I'm not. This birthday's tomorrow. This birthday was yesterday. Blah, blah, blah. And they just died in basement. No. Recycle me, doll. Recycle me. Feed me to the worms. In fact, if we have another basement trapper, let my carcass rot in a trap. Hi, Paigey. Happy birthday. That's such an old emote, Logan. How did you find that? Jesus Christ. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Scooby, what? I'm not looking. I'll flashy save you this one. The world is healing. Wait. Oh, I still have batteries. Let me get some more, actually. Scooby who? Let me get a longer... Let me get a bigger battery. Only one battery from all that? Oh my god. We will do Red Dead to start tomorrow, I promise, guys. I was going to play it today, and then Logan and the raviolis. I know, massive. I only do it because I really don't care about prestiging anyone else. This is my only prestige. It's nearly 7,000 hours, and well, my only prestige 100. But because I play her so much, I would rather add-ons and stuff. Like, I don't feel like I need to put it into anyone. I probably should put it into my killers to prestige them, but I just don't care. I don't know. I've never cared about prestiging, to be honest. I don't know why. Yeah. I've been playing Drain Sim. Now I know what you're thinking, Carla, what the hell? Reggae, good luck. But it's really good. The town is flooding and you have different points on the map where you have to make, I don't know, I guess get all the water cleared. And I'm having way too much fun with it. I'm nearly finished it. But I played Drain Sim over Red Dead, which is a crime. It is a crime. I'm not proud of it. But, oh, a nut. But my brain was kind of funky today. Oh, I love tunneling. Oh, boy. Put that on a t-shirt, doll. Put that on a bloody t-shirt. Cool nurse skin, though. Oh, you know what my favorite part about having a trapper is? The next game, you're just running freely knowing there's no traps. Look at me, I can't get trapped. Yep. The bad I tunnel as trapper because people bag. I don't know. I mean, people play how they want. I mean, basement trappers don't really leave the basement, you know. I have a love-hate relationship with it. I actually really, really like the challenge. But I try not to take teabagging to heart. Because I think if killers could teabag, apart from Ghosty, obviously, they would, you know? People like to click a button. Tunneling as well, like sometimes you need to tunnel to create pressure. So really, all I say is, if you really feel inclined to do it, play how you want. I wouldn't tunnel someone because they teabagged. Because then I'm just giving them what they want, you know? And I look at it as they're twerking on me, you know what I mean? So, it depends. 64, you know what? I only prestiged, it was during an anniversary event. And I think I went from maybe 40 or 50 to 100. Because I was like, fuck it, I'm going to put all my points into this little lady. She wasn't my main for years though. It's interesting how I picked her. I just really liked her her cosmetics. No, not the birthday boy, please. Ooh, nice. Ooh. That was unlucky. That was bloody unlucky. Are you gonna come for me or what? That's a nurse! Okay. Burrito. Hello, Jill. Gotta get a gen done. I go through different phases of Survivor mains. Yeah, I think I have a 10 on couple. A couple, sorry. I did go through phases. I went through... I mean, there was a while there where... Santa... Not Santa, but like Christmas-themed Dwight was my babe. I did a cosplay. I wore these green tights that made my ass, like you could see my ass through them, and I had to edit out the ass to post on social media. I went through a lot. I also tried to dead hard for a photo and I fell over. I went through a lot. But one day it would be so funny to share that photo, but I don't think I can. I would love to share it because it's so funny, the fact that I'm trying to be Dwight and my whole ass is out. But I don't think I can unless I like blur a bit of it. It's so big. Not long, unfortunately. Plenty of work. Emails. I bet your email's so full after your time off. Do what you gotta do, doll. Purely for the Dwight ass. Oh god. It's so bad. Oh my god, nice. Scared the shit out of me. Nice. Nice. Pick me up, you deserve it. Put me on a... Ooh! Is that No, birthday boy's on the hook. I gotta run away. I'm gonna run away from this because that's easy to get me. That was a huge save. They better stop chasing Jeffy, please. No, excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, hello, doll. No, come and get me, please. Did they lose Jeffy? Let's see if I can get her attention, just in case. Nice. Alright, Jeffy's running away. Pick me up right now, young lady. Thank you. That was a great save from the rando. Alright, they're getting healed. Amazing. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Leave me alone. Alright. Oh, this is done. Oh. What the hell? It scared the shit out of me. Thank you. Look at you in that leather jacket, doll. They're running to fields, so I'm going to... Oh no. Sorry, I'm gonna run over here. I thought she was standing still then. Line up, please. Single file line. Oh, Jeffy, I forgot to tell you. Mac was at the F1 when I went. So we actually met before we returned to our seats. It was crazy. It was so like... Guys, if you don't know what I'm talking about, some of you may remember when I was playing Killer Clowns from Outer Space. But Jeffy and I made a friend on there. And then we proceeded to play off-stream together for a couple years. And... yeah, I ended up meeting an online gaming friend for the first time. And it was really funny. They did say that I was shorter in person than they thought, which is ridiculous because I'm quite tall. But, no, it was really nice. It was really cute. Jeffy, no, baby. Hey, girl. Putting my fuel down for someone. $7.3 to be exact. Exactly. Exactly right. Nice. Nice. Alright. Burrito. Me when I lie. I am 5'5", guys. Wait, no. I'm 6'5". Alright, I should go. I should go. To be fair, people have, they have come into stream thinking I'm taller. So, I mean... Oh no, my title is draining the main vein. No! I'm not playing Drain Sim anymore. That's so bad. Oh, that's actually kind of funny though. Imagine Oh, what's Carla doing? Draining the main vein. DBD. That got me here. Oh, perfect. Shy, listen. Can I say something?
Nice tits! Yeah! Get that pussy out, girl! Work for that rent!
Draining the main vein? AKA working for that rent.
There is... here's the thing. Nothing I say will be enough. Because I have so many fucking alerts alone. And then I have my foul mouth. Listen, that got me here. I'm glad you clicked. I literally was looking for a DVD stream and saw that first. Oh. So you're saying we should keep it. The main vein is fear. Okay, for context, guys. We were playing Drain Sim. And we thought it was funny to put Draining the Main Vein as the title. Anyway, welcome in. Are you a survivor, killer, or both? Talk to me. It's very funny if you apply it to DVD. I mean, I guess you do drain the main vein. I guess that's a good point. Because, I mean, the main vein gets drained. I'm going to put shadows back on. I'm going to go pee, but I'm going to ready up. I followed. Thank you so much, babe. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Welcome in. Have you ever gone Storm? No, I have not. I feel like I would get killed by a certain clown if I went down there. Never played this game yet. Oh, cool. So you just like watching it? That was me for a while, actually, believe it or not. Back in the day, before I even bought the game, I would watch people play it. And I thought they were absolutely mental because I was like, how can you play this? It's terrifying, you know? And then one thing led to another. And here I am. Forgot to put that there. The clown, I think he spawns in late game. Oh, gives me the heebie-jeebies. I can't find Neld on my thing. 7,000 hours later, exactly. I want to go pee. I will ready up, so by the time I'm back, we're ready to go. Give me a moment.
Just jump and don't try. You know fear is a thing that's passing by. We don't need much, just a little bit of time. Days will change, the past will fade, the futures are still fine. This
say something. What did I say? Oh no. Okay. Focus up. Eb, thank you so much, by the way. So random. You knew what you were doing. Friends till the end? Is that the same killer I had? Chris made you play this, didn't he? Why Chris? That's so random. Imagine. The thought of Chris. Alright, who is it? Is it Keto? Who did clown after our chat? This can't be a coincidence. This can't be a coincidence. Clown out of every single killer. It is nice. Sometimes I'll get on and play one game and log off. Don't play this big belly hoe. I know. How did we get a clown after our shit talk? What the hell? Loves to troll his friends. I couldn't even make Chris play this. I play this without even him. He doesn't care. he always trolls DBD. He's schmoovin' when he reloads? I know. Yeah, Santa suit and chicken head's my favorite combo. If I can be honest. Oh, this is not good. Okay. Not good. Sorry, girl. I'll run away so Michaela can get the save. Oh, that pallet's gone. Ooh. I fear I will die. Whee! Lullaby. I get why he trolls it. To be fair, he's a great huntress. I have to give him that. He's great with his snipes. It's always just been like a running joke. But I play it because I want to play it. I do have contractual obligations. I do have to play. Yeah, he likes 2v8. He does. But even then, I don't think he played last 2v8 because the queues are too long, unfortunately. But I have to play 20 hours a month. But even because of that, like, I've definitely done enough this week alone of DBD, really. But sometimes I genuinely want to play it. And if I didn't, I would just go out of the program, you know? But I do want to be in the program. I mean, it's been 5 years being in there, you know? So I can always leave if I want to, but I'll always do a little bit of DBD a month. Yes, that's a really good example. How I feel about cheese rolling is how Chris feels about DBD. Oh my god, shit. Oh god, that was really bad. Exactly. Guys, this game is actually not over. It's just beginning. I still think we can get 2 people out. I have strength in shadows. I should probably use that. I'm sloshing blood everywhere. No, I love DBD2. Genuinely. It's definitely a comfort, nostalgic game for me. Oh, he's coming again. Damn. He followed me home. I will be perishing. Perisher blue. Nice. Solo Q is just no. Look. Yes. To be fair, sometimes they'll have a game like my solo queue teammates this round. They definitely went bad, but not dynamite. But definitely, like that was unfortunate. He just chose to go after me. I mean, that's fair for pressure. He has 1 gen left. It makes sense, but yes. And we go again. And we go again. I don't think I'm going to be doing a long stream today. It feels like... Is it rainy today? It feels like it's a rainy day. But I think it's just the vibes. Oh, it is cloudy. Okay. 32 on Friday? What the hell? Oh, really? Let's see what queue I get after this. It wasn't that bad, I don't think. I'll see how I feel after this game. Hi now. I was playing with Jeffy before. And I saw you online, but I couldn't invite you. So I was like, hello. Just to invite you, no pressure ever. Were you playing games today? How were they? Was solo queue rough for you? But yeah, no, I'm enjoying myself, but I'm also feeling a little bit rough with my cramps and stuff. So I'm like, oh, I feel like getting off might be good for me just to go a bit non-verb. Very excited for tomorrow though. Much better than the first few days. Oh. Yeah, wait, were people going crazy the first few days of the event? I feel like during the anniversary, people fall over in their own sweat. I think anniversary or Christmas is the sweatiest for me. Shattered Square. I don't like this one because of basement, but we ball. We simply try. A ghoul. Oh. That's what I do. Oh, he's gonna get me. He's gonna get me. Ooh, nice boon. Hopefully that doesn't distract him. Okay, it did. But it's okay. Because we can cleanse it again. The boon is back, baby. Just keep running. Don't get distracted by the boon. Don't get distracted. They're over there, I think. That was a decent chase, actually. That was decent. I got very lucky, I think, with the setup of pallets and stuff. John, you sure can. I don't know how much longer I'll be on though. Just full transparency. I might be getting off soon. Because my cramps are just giving me a little bit of hell. Oh. Peep. So good on ya. Bloody good on ya, don't. Bloody good on ya. Wonder if it's smart to pre-fill a can and drop it for someone else. Can you do that? That kind of seems like a vibe. To like do 2 or get as many cans at a time and then just bring those cans. Oh, they lose blood? Oh, okay. Alright, that makes sense. Because I was going to be like, why don't people just do that? They've thought of everything they have. Nice. Beef, yes. I admit it. Yahoo! Big summer blowout! Jaren, hello! Yeah, I guess if you're on comms, you could be like, hey, filling you up a can. Swing by. I still think it's crazy that he can injure me through a wall. I will, like, I'm so sorry. I will just never understand this killer. Like, Pyramid Head feels different. It feels more calculated. This just feels like, hey, you can tickle my taint no matter what. Like, I just don't, I just don't get it. Oh, what the hell? I don't think he needs it. Well, actually, maybe. But, I don't know. I fear that I'll never get it. Oops. At least we're doing gems. I don't know. There are some times where I'm like, ooh, okay. And honestly, this ghoul's really nice. But when you get a really sweaty ghoul, it's kind of painful because you could be popping your absolute puss and you'll still get injured. Girl, I'm nice. I'm the nice guy. I just complimented you. I just complimented you. I said you were nice. Isn't it really funny with DBD how you're like, you know what? I don't think they're that bad. And then they'll do something and you're like, my bad. Sorry. Sorry for opening my mouth. Whoa, I just realized something, Nell. I thought you were in my game this whole time because of the boons. I just realized you're not in this game. Oh, it's not personal. He's doing it to everyone. Is this the gate? Run, my pretty, run! Okay, they left. I just need him to leave the premises. Sorry about leaving you, but I wanted it. My bad. I knew that I had my life and that killer will hit me, so I'll get a bit of a boost. I knew I would make it. I didn't have time for altruism in that moment though. Sorry. Oh, I feel bad. I really wanted to save him. My bad. I did save him on the ground, to be fair. I did give him something before I did that. I'm moving on. Are you Custard Goblin, John? That's a crazy sentence from me. I can't believe that happened. Oh my god. That was crazy. I know I shouldn't have done that. But I really wanted to see if I could do it. Because a part of me honestly believed that I could. I was like, no, we have time. It's scary. No, that's okay, John. No stress at all. No stress. I'm guessing you're not Custard Goblin. That's so funny. I just want... Okay. Kill me first, come on is... What? Kill me first, come on? Why do they want to die so bad? Cute. But like, what? Pasta or pizza? Pizza. Pizza. I could have pizza every day. I could have pizza every day. There, I said it. Bye, Axel. I appreciate you. I'll see you earlier tomorrow. I'll see you earlier. Oh, it said Frist? Oh. Does that mean something else? Am I not down with it? Is that the new thing kids are saying? No, because I appreciate it. Tomorrow I will start early, I promise. I was so late today. And we will be starting with Faz. We'll start with Faz. I'll double check with Keto and Tammy. We'll start with Faz and then we do Red Dead. Unless I start with Red Dead first. I guess if I do an earlier stream, I could still do 3 hours of Red Dead and then not rush Faz. We'll see. Redhead reception. This. Setting my Beetlejuice alarm. We all know that alarm doesn't work, Tammy. No, I'm kidding. That's so funny. I will, guys, if you don't know the lore, Tammy wakes up to the main theme of Beetlejuice. And there was a couple times where Tammy has slept through the alarm, but the alarm is just playing. And Tammy is sleeping to Beetlejuice. And it like, the mental image of Tammy sleeping through it sends me to the moon because I love that opening theme so much. And it's such a crazy opening theme. So, it does tickle me. Where is this little rat? A Chucky is crazy. A ghoul and a Chucky in this climate? He's gone, but is he? Oh, okay. That's crazy timing. Okay. I hate this. Chucky scares the shit out of me, I said it. Is this how people feel with me? Trudy Roo! I was playing with Gran, CD, and Fritz last night. We were doing some Red Dead. And Gran was stimming basically everything you stim, Jaren. And I'm like, what the? It was just so funny. I'm like, girl, I can't escape those stims. I can't escape, girl. I can't escape from them. Nor do I want to. But, you know. Hi, West. How are you? Oh, Mamma Mia. Oh. That is not true and you know it. I'm good. I'm a bit tired. I'm the good guy, PG. I'm definitely tired today, and I'm loving every second I'm on stream. But I definitely know I'm going so non-verbal tonight. It is a non-verbal night for Carls. When I end stream, I'm just going to shut up, zip my mouth, not say a word. I have to be non-verbal. I'm so tired. But it means I'm going to sleep good tonight. I feel it. Kill me Frist. Okay, I just saw that. That's so funny. Oh my god, I still have that command. God, I didn't even know I had that command. Does it go down when I'm doing a gen? No. Want the house tour? I watched that last night. I felt like I was invading privacy. Peach. Yes. It's a French name, doll. It's a French name. I still can't believe we played like nearly 4 hours of Drain Sim. Actually, I do believe it. But I digress. I'm actually going to play some off stream, I think. I'm going to redo a couple of the maps. And try and get a better time. I don't know. I really enjoy it. I think I have a problem. Or is it? Is it a problem? No, it's not. Oh, shoot. Crash exactly. Exactly right. Hi TJ. How is your shift though? How was the lab, I should say? I didn't finish Drain Sim. We have 2 maps left. We did 2 today. But it was super fun. It was super fun. I stopped playing it today so we could have something to look forward to. Because we can't play it tomorrow or the next day. Unless. So we'll give us something to look forward to next week. 2 maps to go. Tomorrow is Red Dead, Faz, and Ark. And then the day after is Friend Slop and Grand Games. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm keen. I had to remove my mods from Red Dead because they wouldn't let me online yesterday. So we're going to have old-fashioned Red Dead fun where we continue chapter 3. We need this. What's the speedrun record for finishing Red Dead? I wonder if there's like a thing people do. Me too. I'm excited. And we're doing Faz tomorrow. And I'm a big scaredy cat with Faz, so that will be fun. We're playing with Keto and Tammy. I think Jeffy might be in the office tomorrow. It's also their birthday today, so if you see them again in chat, scream it from the rooftop. I am the most awful friend, and I thought today was tomorrow. So I dropped the ball. I'll never forgive myself. Worth it in my opinion. Was it cheeky? Absolutely. But it was worth it. Do you want the house tour? Oh, now it's in my head. Alright. Oh, we did it. Oh, you got it. You got it, girls. Mummy's here. Mummy's here. I don't think we should play with fire. He's gonna try something. I'm gonna dare to dream. Alright. Don't go back in, Meg. There's always one that has to go hee hee ha ha. Okay. Who's Chucky's bro supposed to be? Is it just for the game? The man that picks him up? That helps pick up Chucky? It's, if that's what you're talking about? Bloody Meg. Watching her run back in, I'm like, girl, don't you dare. Ooh. Damn, that's real. That would have been good for the Basement Trapper game. I want to put Iron Will back on, actually. But then I also want Deja.
I'm so sorry
Lisa.
that it didn't work out.
I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. Raisa, that
I'm
scared
putting on my
me.
shades to cover up my eyes.
Thank
I'm jumping
you.
in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm riding
You
solo.
scared
I'm riding solo.
the absolute shit out of me, doll. The pain is gone. Thank you, doll. How are you? What's the hot bloody goss? Or should I say sweet dreams? Are you going to bed? Thank you, doll. I appreciate that. Well, there's an ad in progress. My bad, guys. Sorry. The pine is gone. There are so many old alerts that I want to get rid of, but I know that I can't because they're very much a part of the stream now. But that is so old. It cracks me up every time I see it. What a time to be alive that was. What a time. There was a lockdown at around that point as well. Bloody lockdown. Okay. A pinhead? What on earth? How would he see me here? How would he know? If you got rid of that one, I would have a hole in my heart I could never fill. That's the thing. I can never get rid of them because there was a time, and are times, I should say, where I'm like, oh, should I get rid of this alert, guys? Because I think no one likes it. And then people pipe up out of lurk and go, no! No, don't! I'm like, oh! I didn't think you liked it. My bad. My apologies. No, don't. They're so sexy. Oh, nice, actually. Nice one. You showed me. You showed me how it's done, doll. Oh, that made me clench and clutch me pearls. Nice. Oh, Sab's the obsession. Ooh, that's a good boon. I fear there'll be a boon play. I don't think so, Burrito, but I have a few in mind. The esports one, where I'm just like, yeah, esports. Like, no one uses that anymore. And fair, it's shit. It's not a good. It's not a good alert. I would have said the Shrek ones, but they were used today out of nowhere. Mimi. I reckon the esports ones are not as frequent. Oh, why, Racer? Is it like allergies or something? Oh, the giraffe one, that was played today for the first time in a while too, actually. Hi, Mimi. Morgan. I'm a tall boy. That wasn't even meant for stream. I recorded that in 2019 when those came to Apple. I recorded that on the couch. And then I was like, I need more alerts. And I was like, I keep singing this tall boy alert. I should make it an alert. I mean, toy boy, sorry, video. Will you notice? Hi, Mimi girl. God, her lump being on my lap is so nice. She's so funny though. I could get up from this chair and sit on the couch for 10 seconds and she's already trying to get on my lap. She's so funny. That's why sometimes when I'm cleaning, I can't stop. Because I know she's about to be like, hey girl.
Hello, you bastard.
That one as well.
How you like that?
I should delete this one.
No! Desi! No!
It was a funny, like, moment for a little bit.
Is this the one?
I should get rid of that one. I love Desi. They used to mod for me quite a bit. Desi's amazing. And it was a funny, like, inside joke because she was giving me a free kill. And I talked shit, think he was like a random person, and I killed them and their name came up and I was like, fuck, I'm so mean. Morgan, thank you. That's one I definitely could get rid of. I don't think anyone knows. Mikey might. Mikey would probably be like, what the fuck, where is that? I know. She's so cute. Morgan, thank you. That's how Mimi makes me feel. For throne. She's really comfy in my lap though. Because my legs are crossed right now, so her butt is in the middle of my lap. And then she's draped over my thigh like a business cat. Thank you. My goat. My absolute guar. I'm actually excited for her to fall asleep with me tonight.
Holy shit! That's 437 bits!
I should probably turn that one down. That one is so overly loud because of Chris. Ray said thank you. Oh my lord. Sorry guys, I jumped too. No, I'm startling everyone. I'm sorry guys. That scared the shit out of me. Sorry. Ray said thank you. What the hell? I want to keep that one. But also, I don't think people would miss it. Because it just jump scares us. Thank you. This needs a crumb of work on it. No, don't apologize for supporting the channel. Crispits. Wait, is that what I named it? I named it Crispits? What? I know I'm the only one who does 411. Maybe I should make some new alerts tonight. Like, actually finally make new alerts. I think it's time. I won't replace many. I might replace 2. Because anytime I talk about replacing anything else, like, I don't think I can replace any of the gifted sub ones. I think that's too special to some people. And I mean that. Like, I've talked about, oh, should I get rid of, like, Wobble? And people are like, no. Like, oh, sorry. I did, yes, I made a Waze voice pack. That's extremely annoying, by the way. Need that Red Dead laugh. Oh, wait, the Red Dead laugh or the gorilla laugh? Oh my god, I could never get rid of Cobros. No, I could never. I could never. With motherfucking, get rid of Salmon with the dumpy? Oh my god, doggo, no! I have to record it. I have to, like, find another app and redo it. Because it's bad. Yeah, I should make some new alerts today. I think I might do that. I do like making new alerts. They make me happy. You know what I would love to do? It's hard, though. I couldn't change pussy tossing. But I would love to make, like what Chris was telling me to do. Make alternate alerts. So when you, like, say if you give 10, you don't know which one you're getting. I should do that. I don't know if I can with my... You know what I need to do, but I can't for now, is I want to move all my alerts to Twitch. My Twitch alerts. I'm with Streamlabs right now. But I can't because some of my alerts, you can't download the GIF or the sound on the website, and I have no access to those. So if I change platform, I lose everything. I lose like 8 years worth of alerts. So I can't really move yet. But I would like to make like some alerts where you don't know which one you're getting to keep it even more spicy. Yeah. So I'm kind of stuck with this until I go, well, clean slate, guys. Like, it would always be on Streamlabs, which is good. The only thing is I can't use both because then you'd have double ups. So that's why I haven't moved over to Twitch, because I don't want to lose my OGs. Because if I could do anything, if I could go back in time with my streaming thing and be like, all right, I want to do something differently, it'd be to back everything up to a hard drive. But that thing has years and years of stuff. Oh my goodness. But I might cook on some emotes today. That'd be a good non-verbal vibe. Make more alerts. Yeah. If I could turn back time. I might lower the pizza one as well, because I want to hear that more, but we put it up too high when we first got it because I didn't have a slot for like a big thing. But I want to lower it because I want to hear it more. If I could turn back time. Sierra, honestly, impossible, because I know people who don't have not fancy even. People don't have like silly alerts and they do just fine. It's really the best thing about alerts and you as a streamer is it's all you. You don't need to be a fuckhead and have push it down, push it down, because that's not you, you know, like, so don't stress about that. I didn't have my funny alerts for like a year and a half. My first ever funny alert was pussy tossing, and that was just a joke. I was going to remove it. And then people loved it so much that I was like, oh, maybe I should keep adding silly alerts then, you know? It's all about being yourself. You don't need to have these ridiculous alerts to be successful or to have fun. Hi Nelly. How are you, doll? I do, Jaren. I do. Hi doll. What are you having for food? Actually, you're lurking. Sorry. Don't respond to me. I hope you had a good day, doll. Lurk, get ready for bed. Thank you for your streak as well. I appreciate you. You know what I love about Mimi being this age? I remember when she was so young that if I even sniffed too loud, she would jump out of her skin and run away. And now I can move and cough and mostly yell, and she's just like, okay. She doesn't care anymore. Yeah, Sierra, it was honestly... So, the pussy toss... So, as you probably can't tell, but behind me pussy tossing, that is Jackbox. We're playing Quiplash. And the prompt was name an up-and-coming dance move. And a community member named Kirby said pussy toss. And I found that so funny that I got up out of my chair and I did what I was doing in the GIF. I was like, yeah, I'm pussy tossing in the club. And then another member, Sama, he remixed the clip into the song you hear with the alert. And I was like, that song's so good. Like, that's hilarious. And then I just turned the clip into a GIF. And then I put the song over it. And that's literally how I made... That's how the alert came to be. And now it's been with the channel for 7 years. And it's just... And it's a classic. And I don't think I could ever remove it. It's lost, like, I don't even hear... It doesn't sound dirty to me anymore. I don't know. So that's how that was made. And, like, I wouldn't have done it if Sama didn't make an alert. Well, make the sound. I would have been like, haha, that's funny. You know? Oh, doggo. I try. I'm human, though, doll. I'm human. But sometimes I'm pretty good. I love learning lore. I feel so sexy. I love communities. Real. Real. It's really nice. And then... What was my next one? I remember. I was so obsessed with how it felt to see people excited to see an alert that I think I did the Be My Lover one. I filmed specifically for that. So that wasn't a stream. Like, I filmed myself doing that. And I thought it was funny. And then I did a cosplay as Myers. And before stream, I filmed some of the stuff before I made an alert. So I kind of got hooked on making them. They're actually really fun. Sometimes a single alert can take me like a good hour to make. I look at some of my alerts now and I'm like, ooh, I want to fix that. Like, because that's obviously quite old, but I'm just leaving them now. Little dancey dance. That was a great night. Yeah, I like the sub alert. I could never change the sub alert. It's funny though, when I hear it in the YouTube video, like when I hear the original clip, it doesn't sound like the clip anymore. It just sounds like my sub alert. Which makes me laugh. I still do a double take when I hear the hand job. Fair. Hi, Josh. How are you? I'm not doing super long today, but I'll play a couple more before I skedaddle. How are you, doll? Sublo's legendary. It's cute. Yeah, I want to make some newer alerts. I feel like my newer alert is Daddy's favorite and the pizza alert, but there's nothing really happening in it. It's just me with Peppa Pig. We'll take it, Josh. We will take it, doll. Needs to move on to another survivor. You're telling me. You tried, doll? Mimi. 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 I want to stretch my leg out, but I don't want her to leave. Hi. I'll change your litter today. I'll change your poop tub. Yeah, I want to make some alerts from Japan. And what's the Red Dead one you're talking about, Jaren? Red Dead Laugh. I want to do the DBD laugh where someone remixed it into the Gorillas intro. Is the whistle clip, but to be honest, I'm fine with knowing only that. Mimi. Memers. She knows how loved she is. Memers. It's crazy she's 14 and that she was... She was 6 when I started streaming. Baby! Carl's whack. Oh, that was a funny stream. I wish I didn't put a DM. I wish I didn't play DMCA music on that stream. I wish I had that full stream. Yeah, it was DBD. It was the yeah. The laugh into the Gorillas. I want to make that. And then what else has happened? I'll see if I can make the random alert thing. I kind of want to make a random alert of out of context things. You don't know which one you're going to get. Bloodmorn. Okay. Spiders aren't dangerous episode of Peppa's Pig. What? Mine has been incredibly moody lately. Like she would hiss at me at random, but last match she stroked my leg asking for pat, and the whole match she was lap. What the hell? Random alert. I gotta... If it works, I've been wanting to do it for a while. I just don't know if I could make it work. So I'll do some tests tonight. And we'll see if we can create some updated fun. Do I have any spaces for sub alerts? I'm trying to think what I have. I gotta look at what I have free. This will always crack. This always makes me feel like DBD is so advanced, even though it's probably not. I love. You don't know this. These statues look at you. So if you like, so they're looking at me, right? And then I'll turn around and they're looking at me. And then I'll go over here and they're looking at me. I think that is the coolest thing DBD has ever put in this game. Bombastic side eye. I don't know. I think they don't get enough credit for that. That's so cool. Yeah, when someone pointed that out to me live, I was like, what? No, see, I didn't know that. That's cool. We both stuffed up. Why was I just standing there? That's cool. Oh. No, please. Thank you. Okay, you're gonna get me here, but that was funny. You disappoint me. I love when we're both like, whoa, whoa. I wish I could move my stream room around. I kind of want to do that tonight, but that's extremely, like that's a big... I love how I went from, I'm tired to, I want to move my stream room around. What I mean by that is I want to revamp the room. I do like this though, but I was thinking if I put this on this side, that could look cool. But I don't know if I can move this desk by myself. If I'm not going to cut bangs in, I want to at least revamp my room. I would like to flip this to the other side, but I just don't know. You would get a bit more mirror, but I think that would be kind of cool. I can help you with that. Go on then, dope. Ooh, he just vaulted. How embarrassing. Lifts through the screen. Imagine. Let me help you. Hello, Smithers. You're quite good at turning me on. Wouldn't that be cool though, guys, if I moved my whole setup around, and had new alerts? Probably should ignore that. Wonder if I can lift this button. Well, I guess I could maybe try and drag it. The laundry in my hamper being like, that's really great. I love that you're feeling creative. Can you do me? Can you just get the laundry done? Please? What? All night long. All night. All night.
7 minutes is all I can spare to play.
Let me think. I'm just thinking it'd be really cool. It'd be really fun to like, I don't know. Oh shit, I'm gonna survive. Sorry. Where else could I put it? Oh, I could put it this way. But then it's much of a much. That wall would be cool, but then my back would be to the door, and that's scary. Although my back is still to the door, but then the cam will be facing the door, so I could see if anyone's behind. Fox, but I want to. You know what it is, Fox? You've done a bad thing. That's sarcasm, but when someone tells me I shouldn't do something because you're looking out for me, that makes me want to do it more. But you're right. You are so correct. I shouldn't. We're tandem looping so well. Yeah, I know. You're right. Here's the thing, though. I'm going to rearrange my room even harder. No, first of all, you're right. I want to say that you're right. Second of all, the hardest bit about it would be moving my desk. But apart from that, that stuff behind me, fine. It'd still be the desk, for sure. You know what? What I'll do is teleport the desk over. Oh no. What I'll do is I'll do a little I'll do a little mental rearrange and write the logistics down. You know what will happen, Fox? If I decide to do it, there will be a point in the middle of the project where I go, fuck, they were right. Because I know you are. You are. It's kind of like when you, very different. But when you're like, oh guys, do I want pizza or pasta? And then someone says pizza, for example, but deep down you wanted pasta. So then you're like, shit, I want pasta. You should encourage me to do it. And then I won't do it. David, yes. I really hope I never get lice again. That's my biggest fear. Because I had it bad as a kid because I had very long, thick hair. I'll distract. What the hell? I think I'm just excited. By the way, is my cam still 2K? Or my stream, sorry? Don't do it, girl. Do it, but don't. Or do. Here's Adji. Yeah, but you got out the first time. Yes? Okay, cool. I should just start shortening my sentence and be like, 2K? 2K? But 4K in our hearts. Guys, I'm so excited for Red Dead tomorrow because if something good happens, it's now going to be in 4K. And not shit. K, you know? Guys, we're surviving. Well, now we need to have a chat. You didn't deserve to die. I did. I was talking about rearranging my desk. Run out, baby girl. Oh, that hurt. Ouchies. Whee! I'm seeing an 8K. What? Wait. Fix Jen. Wait. Didn't we win? What? Didn't I fix a gen? Let's see, actually. Oh! Oh, yeah. Oh, not even a point on the board. Fair call. That's such a fair call. Don't need the use of slur. But that, yeah, that's fair. Not even a point on the board. To be fair, I was getting looped to filth. I obviously was altruistic. Did I get more points than them? Doll, I got more points, babe. A lot coming from SB Crutch. What's SB again? Wait, guys, that's so funny. The killer was on our side. That's so funny. That's actually hilarious. Hi, Hornet. How are you? Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. I will say that I do like doing gens, and normally I will do a gen, but I think I was just being chased a lot. Yeah, Brian, exactly. That's so funny. Yeah, sprint burst. Sorry, see, even I don't say SB. SB. Gens over friends. That's so funny. What the hell? Okay, I admit I thought I did do a gen. But the max boldness points tells me I was getting chased, so. Oh, I was feeling out. Yo, it's your boy, Cream Puff. Question. How long do you think it would take for me to get a perfect game? I definitely have had perfect games, but a 40k all-rounder. Because that would be a funny stream to do. Stream doesn't end until I get a perfect game. Although, to be fair, that could happen in game 1. I would have to do everything. That's redonkulous. There's all these little things I want to do. Like, ooh, you know what I want to do so bad? Oh, sorry, my legs. Oh, is, sorry. God, I can't write today. Me neither, babe. Don't worry. Is, hi, Kami. How are you, doll? Well, I've double pipped without 40k, right? But 10k in every category. I'm going to try this round to see how hard it is. You know what challenge I want to do next, but it's very terrifying because, fuck, I don't know if it's possible. But it's, I can't end stream until I've versed every killer. We have to do like a bingo. Like, yeah, that might take 24 hours. I think that's being, I mean, I could have a very, cause there are some, I know. There are some games or days where I get like 10 different killers though. But that's crazy. I know. Oh God, all the reactions. Everyone's like, girl. 40k, David. 40k. 10k in each category, 4 categories. A clown. Yeah, I could do that. How many kills of the game? Isn't it like 36 or something? I want to do that as well, Crash, to be fair. I want to get a win as every killer. And a win is like at least 3k. Whee! Oh, wait, I gotta check. Oh shit, sorry, Fung. My bad. 42. Yeah, we'd have to like get some people to, honestly, I think some people would snipe in to help me, but it's hard to snipe, so
Killer Tofu
well,
just subscribed.
not super hard, but can be. Killer, thank you for 26. Oh my God, thank you, doll. How are you? That's really nice. Sweet can. Just thinking about her can. I just wish I had her sweet, sweet, sweet can. Beef. That's so funny. You know you can get Venus Gummy DeMilo track pants with the Gummy DeMilo in the back. You never want to end stream. But Josh, I just love a good hee hee ha ha. When's... I shouldn't play on rank reset day. I would just play maybe a week after rank reset. Or whatever. and just plan it. Plan a thingy. Do you reckon people would prefer that challenge over a 24-hour Pocopia stream? Because you know what happened with that DBD challenge? If it goes really bad for me, I would have to like pause stream and sleep and then leave the stream running and hope it doesn't crash. I'm okay, Killer. I have some crampies today. Apart from that, we are thriving and popping off. The crampies are being a little mean though. Not gonna lie to you. Con, how are you, doll? Actually, you might be interested in the Hardcore Survivor Gauntlet Challenge. Oh, there's another challenge? I'd have to look it up. Yes. Drain can. Yeah, post in Discord, doll. I do like the Ash to Erie days though. Like, they're so fun. Oh wait, I'm trying to get a lot of... Oh, I'm getting points, I guess, for that chase. I need to do more though. Rowdy Roddy Beeper. I watched Homer versus the State of New York, I think the title is. And it's so good. Yeah. Ash to Erie, honestly, is always so fun. Especially, this is not smart. I'm not getting max points. But, especially when I plan it on a day where a lot of people aren't working. It's hard to obviously get it perfect. But it's so much fun. Ugh. No, wait. God. Mountain Dew or crab juice? Ugh. I'll take a crab juice. I say that all the time. I always say, ugh, I'll take a crab juice. I love it. And then he ends up drinking all the crab juice. So good. Galkalash. I'm checking in. He's checking in. It's that one. So he's serving the galkalash, like the meat. But then I think he asked for something to wash it down, or he was thirsty. And then he goes, Mountain Dew or crab juice. And then he goes, ugh, I'll take a crab juice. Yeah, but it's all in the cart. It's all in the cart. But he reacts to the crab juice, which is a funny Mountain Dew stray. A checking in song. Beef, during the long drive to the wedding, I just played Simpson songs. Hey, he lied to us through song. I hate when people do that. Who needs a quickie mod? I do. Ultras and points. Definitely not max. Max power. He's the man whose name you'd love to touch. They might have the best songs of all time. Honestly, watching Simpsons again, like I know all the episodes, I know the quotes, but watching them again at 30, God, the writing was so good. There were things that I didn't pick up on that I'm like, it's so funny now. I know. I miss Apu, I know. He's checking in. Yeah, no, Josh, for sure. We work hard. We play hard. Everybody dance now. Dad, why did you bring me to a gay steel mill? That episode I was shocked with some of the things. Like, it was never like awful. But I was like, oh my god, they said that? Mum regretted it. It's a good Simpsons CD. Do the Bartman was a classic. No more stinking fun at all. It's kind of crazy they show you where the gen is when you're filling it up. Like, I'm grateful, but... Jaren, I'm telling you. Please give me it. Please. It would make me so happy. I don't know why they haven't even done that yet. They're making so much money that they don't even care. It would do so well. In fact, I think it would outsell a lot of the AAA games. Oh, sorry, David. Well, it's a lot of points. So right now, Nell would be getting points for being chased. So however long that chase is, you'll get some points for that. So when the chase ends, I'll tell you in a second. Top right will pop down. He wants to get me. So a killer stun just got me 1,000 points in the boldness category. So stunning the killer, getting chased, the killer leaving you, you escaping the chase, that all adds to boldness. And I'm pretty sure it might have changed, but totems used to add to boldness too. Altruism is helping your team, so that could be healing, unhooking. It is Blood Moon 7, so you fill up the canisters with blood and then you put it into a blood gen thing. And that's like another type of gen. You still have the normal gens, but you have these as well. So I got 751 points for altruism category just then. No, sorry, doll. So you get max 10 points, 10k, not at the start, but you can earn up to 10k per 4 category. And then everything adds a little bit of points to it. Because there are games where I unhook constantly because it's a crazy game, or I'm doing all the gens, or I'm getting a good chase. So last game, I maxed out on gens. I mean, sorry, not gens. Chase. So I got 33k, so I was 7k short of a perfect game. Wonder why. Wasn't doing my gens. Yeah, I think they moved totems to objective. But it used to be boldness. All good, Fox. If I'm not here when you get back, take care and I'll see you tomorrow. No more stinking fun at all. Fill in my blood can.
Filling it up. How much is that per gallon?
363 per gallon. DBD predicted fuel prices. Hi, Vaughn. It is worth... Yeah. If you're talking about the blood stuff, it is worth it, even though I'm very lazy and want to run everywhere. But I don't want to lose blood, you know? I didn't realize you lost blood as you ran. That would be too easy. And then now I try not to. I'll crump with you, sweetie pie. That's one of my faves. Oh, it's out of blood, my bad. That should finish it off. That's what she said. I'm pretty sure it will anyway. Oh. 7. When is it due? Knowing Nell, she would have dropped the can. I think they got the can. Nice. Real 7. Real. The blood can. Oh no. 7. Don't tell me it's due in 3 hours. Or less then. It's due at 6, isn't it? Or it was due at 12? Shark Week Sim. True. Nell's saying, screw it all to hell. I'm running to this thing. I like the way you think. You're joking. It's a droplet. Okay. It's a droplet. Deserving. Oh yes, create pressure. Yes, yes, yes. Run. Leave me alone. Damn it. At least the gen's getting done. Very overdue. Oh, doll. Oh, sweetie. Sweetheart. Been there. Been there. Bloody been there. What am I having for dinner? Guys, I really want pizza. I really need to get my vegetable in me. You've got this, believe. Guys, I love how I'm gonna do a small stream today. At least. At least you get long streams. I feel like my average stream at the moment is 6 to 7 hours. And for transportation, a limousine. You're right. Oh, there's drops. Not cauliflower pizza. Mmm. Hi, McLadle. Short stream. I always do this. My bad. My bad, guys. My bad. Whoopsies. I'm proud of myself, though, because I wasn't going to stream today because my cramps are a little bad. So I was like, oh, maybe I just don't stream. But I'm glad I'm doing it. She'll never stop. You got this. You got this now. Yeah, my short streams. Not good. Well, that's right. I got to end stream to move my desk, guys. Looking. Listen. I combined look and listen. Looking. I would love a limousine and a pizza. I do have one, TJ, but it's a bit expensive. That's why I want to... Oh, that's why I want to move it down. Wonder if I can move it now. Wait. Help me out. What should we put it as? I'll show you what this alert looks like if it allows me to. It's stupid. It's ridiculous, but I love it so much. But I gotta lower it. There was a time, yeah. Was that when I was doing a night stream? I think that was night stream, Carla. When we were when it was lockdown, right? Not good. Yeah. See, I can't do 10 to 14 hours a pop anymore because I just wouldn't get any editing done or any like house stuff done. I was getting real Actually, I'll cancel that. I was getting real burnt out doing that. Hello, Jace. Yeah, join. Can I test this alert? Oh, it's not that. Why is that playing?
Stop it! Stop shaking it like jelly for
That's
5
not what I was
seconds.
testing.
We have to find the anomalies before we fucking
That's not the
die.
alert I was testing. I want to test this one. To view events in your streaming software, save your setting and then click the test button. That's so funny. Why are you playing? That's not the alert I was testing. Oh, here.
I've arranged transportation to take you home. A limousine, and for breakfast, a pizza.
I don't know what this alert is. It's very rare.
Kevin
Anyway,
has gifted 40
what should I
subs to
put?
viewers.
40's too much. We only did it because I didn't have a spot for it. What should I make it? Because I think that should be played far more. We should hear that far more. But I don't know what we should play it as. What's good? What do I have? What do I have left? But yeah, that's the alert. So we already have a pizza alert. Free. Thank you. Should I switch out maybe... Oh, I want Peppa's Pig to stay as 20. Peppa Pig's too good. 25 maybe? I don't know. I don't know what to do it as. A pizza. But I definitely think it should. Unless I put Daddy's favorite as 15 and that one as 20, because that's so long. Do you think Daddy's favorite is 20? Or do you think that's 20? Because we have the Daddy's favorite one as well. It's just too long. Lucky number 13. Because 20 is Peppa Pig's. Which one is 20?
Welcome to the
Yeah.
BBC. Up next, Peppa Pig's dad gets porked. Find out tonight, will he become Daddy's favourite?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
An anonymous viewer has gifted 20 subs to viewers.
My alerts are so fucked, bro. That has to stay. I don't think I should move that from 20 because that is. But is the pizza? It's just so loud and long that I don't want it. Like, I don't think it would be played often anyway. But I don't want it to annoy people. Good night, Seven. Good luck with everything, doll. Why was it Kevin that showed up for the previous alert? Kevin? Kevin. I don't know. Yeah, maybe like 25 for the, what's it called? For the pizza. Cause 20 is still expensive. I'm not gonna deny that, but it does get played more than 40, obviously, because that's even double the most expensive. Kevin McAllister? Kevin! Unless we put Daddy's favorite to 15 and the other one to 20. It's just so big and loud that I want it to be exciting. But yeah, 40 was too much. I only put it there as 40 because we're like, okay, we don't have anything for 40. Let's just do that. Actually, originally, originally it was because, which again I look back and I'm like, that was stupid. But when Twitch made it so you could give 200 subs, ridiculous by the way. A few people were like, you need a 200 sub emote, ha ha ha, and I was like, yeah, ha ha ha, and then I put it as that, and I was like, that's stupid, like I want to hear it. And then someone said 40, so we put it as 40. Actually no, it was 69, and then we said every week it should be a different amount, so it's like fun, like you don't know which amount it's going to be, but it's like between a certain, like maybe say 15 to 25, it'll be a random amount every week, so we don't know what it is. But so we moved it to 40, and then I just haven't moved it back. That's what it was. We're gonna do like a random amount, which I guess could be fun, but where's Nemi? Jim, jam, slam, 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 slam. Hey, come here. Look at me. Gmail. What do you want? What do you want? The way I thought I'd completed a gen. What is wrong with my brain? I thought I was running around after completing a gen. Oh my god. Nemesis. Ooh. Kevin? Oh. Not me going, how would he know I'm here? Sorry, baby. Oh. I wanted to do a little hee hee ha ha, but then the zombie was there. 2 zombies after me, a man with a tentacle. How can I compete with that? I can't. Bloody hell. How can I compete? You just can't. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. We would stim that every 10 minutes on stream. I'm so sorry. Two zombies after you. A man with a tentacle. Sounds like a Friday night. Sounds like my Friday night, doll. I do like versing Nemi though. Usually. It's Jay! ×2. Thanks, doll. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just gonna take a vaccine. Don't mind me. I know it's a waste, but sometimes in life you need to just take it, right? $2v8 Nemi was a nightmare though. Yeah, true. You're right. Does he have barbecue or something? I think he has barbecue and lethal pursuer. Ouch. Oh great, a zombie. Great. Oh no. Yep. Yep. Take me. Take me now. Yeah, it has. It has. You right. You right. Guys, remember the time I would play Nemi a lot? and I would bring what was that gen called? That gen perk? The perk where when you're 70% complete on a gen, the terror radius, they have no terror radius. Starts with T, I think? T. I don't remember. Tinkerer, yes. Tinkerer. And I would always run that on Nemi. And people would come in and be like, they can hear you coming. You have massive stomps. And I'm like, no, it's good. It probably wasn't. But I was so obsessed with running it. But people give me shit all the time because really, they're right. It doesn't mute footsteps. You're just hearing boof, boof, boof. Like, of course, like, that's not doing shit. I'm not doing anything. Yeah, massive clompers. Oh, can you give it a rest? And another thing, I'm over this man having barbecue. I'm over it. And for that reason, I'm out. God, typical. I'm just about to hit 7 hours. What time? Oh, it's only 6 p.m. Carls, get a grip. You're in bed in 3 hours still. Not really. Maybe. I'm tired. And she said she wanted to rearrange her room. Oh, if this man doesn't grow up. 4 a.m. David. Good morning, doll. Ow. How did that whip turn around the corner and get me? Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh. Stupid zombie doll. Oh. Help. Help. Thank you. Sorry. That's so loud. Alright. Well, they did take a hit for me. Ew. I did help them get a gen done. And for that reason, I'm the best player in the world. Also, do you want to hear something funny? I don't know if Massive is still here. I'm assuming not. I don't think they're still here. But funny. If you were here before, someone came in. Their name was Massive, and I was looking at my Steam because I left a review for Faz back in 2020, and I found it funny and blah 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 whatever. And first time chatter came in, and they're like, "Bro, play the game." Like, "Bruh, play the game." And I didn't think anything of it, and I just like lingered on the Steam page on purpose because I'm like, "Bro, it's my stream, you know, like who cares?" So they didn't call me numbnuts, but I was like, "Oh, how do I get out of it?" I was just being a dickhead. Anyway, and I didn't admit this while they were in here. But we ended up having a game of Basement Trapper, and I looked to my left to see who's in the game. There was a guy called Massive in the game. So it was my teammate. They looked up my stream, and they see me talking about Faz reviews. And he was like, "Bro, play the game," because he's on my team thinking, "What the fuck? What is this girl doing?" I just got lightheaded, laughing too hard. And he was probably thinking, "Girl, Play the game. And here I am going, no, I don't think I will. I didn't admit it. I played it off. But I wanted to just get that off my chest. God, that tickled me. Anyway, that's the truth. That is the bloody truth, alright? There, I said it. Oh, that felt good to admit. Anyway, I think we'll do one more and then I'm going to, as the kids say, skedaddle. I will skedaddle. Respond to these important emails of mine. People are still using my code in DBD, cuties. Thank you. I'm skedaddling. Oh, okay, Dom. Thank you for the game. Thank you for helping me as well. Wait, do you wanna go now? I'm happy to end stream now. Do you want one more? Whatever you want. Oh, Tammy. Yeah, Tammy was about to stand up for me. Everyone felt a bit awkward, to be honest, because it was like, who's this guy? You know, like, shush. Shush. But I was like, nah, I'll play it off. I'm more for good measure. Okay. I really want to make a pizza, I think. Hello, Danny. I love that emote, by the way. Girls are at home, so gonna go hang. Oh, cute. Have fun, doll. Thank you for the game. That was fun. I really want a pizza too, but my tummy's like, girl, don't you dare. Don't you bloody dare. Another time. Peace. I'm back on my DBD shit, by the way. I have way too many games to play DBD. I don't know. I think, honestly, it makes me feel really nice that, like, especially if I'm not feeling well, like I'm not today. It's just so easy for me to play. Like, I just love playing it. It's very relaxing, even though I'm dying. Sent? Okay, what was Tammy going to say? You should tell chat what you were going to say. You should tell chat. Again? True, Brianna. True. Sometimes we just gotta have the tummy ache to eat what we want. DVD. And as soon as I could, I played dominoes for 4 hours. Wait, the dominoes? That's so funny. I do like the mini games. Yeah, no, I honestly was in that, like, when I'm in this headspace and I get comments like that, like I had another comment earlier and I know they didn't mean anything by it. So if they're still listening, not mad at you. I'm just using it as an example. I won't say your name. But I had another comment earlier and I welcomed them to stream and they're like, oh, I don't get a how are you? And I remember in that moment, I was like, I don't have the mental capacity. Like, I don't, like, I don't know. I was just like, oh. Like, I'm just here trying my best. I said hello. You can ask me how I am. Like, we can mix things up. But I addressed it. I was pretty nice. But I didn't know how to respond to it at first because I'm like, oh, I'm just draining a farm right now. I was playing Drain Sim. Yeah, and I know they didn't mean anything by it, and they apologize and stuff, but like, it was kind of like, because I think I was 30 minutes in that point, or 40 minutes in, and I wasn't going to stream because my mind was fucky, and I'm having a hard Shark Week. What happened to hello? And I know they didn't mean anything by it, but like, I think sometimes people forget, with love and light, that we are humans behind the screen. We're nothing special. We're just humans streaming. Like, we have the same feelings. We are not a robot. That's going to hurt my feelings because it's like, how many times a stream, if you're here, say for 6 hours, how many times do you hear me say, how are you? Way too much. I love it. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating it. But I say, how are you a lot. Like, I ask after people constantly. Sometimes people say, hi, Carla, how are you? And I'll be like, good, how are you? Or I'll say, welcome in. But, like, just don't say that stuff. I say sorry a lot, too. Yeah. But I was just like, oh, how am I going to address this? And then, like, the chat froze as well. So, like, I think it made a lot of people feel awkward because no one was talking. So I was like, I have to address it. You know, if the chat was, like, going fast, I would have just ignored it. But I was like, it's sticking there. I have to say something. So I was like, fuck. Sorry about me. Yeah, I'm a greeter. I can't help myself, but I dropped the ball, guys. I dropped the ball. Anyway. Anywho. I'm greet maxing is crazy. Greet maxing. At first I read that as Groot maxing, and I was like, is this a compliment or an insult? Tammy. Honestly, it wasn't bad, and they do come in a lot, and they are a really lovely person, so I think it was them trying to be funny, and like, people don't know I'm not in a good mood, so it's not really their fault. But I did address it, and they were really nice after, like I said, like, hey, I'm not feeling well, like, soz, but like, I still said hello, like, I'm sorry. It's not like you came in, I said, fuck you, bitch. I said, hi, welcome. Like, it's still nice. Like, what? I don't know. I've never seen that message like that before. Feels like a first of a first, which is interesting. Coca-Cola, hello. Brianna, that's very cute. Thank you. I love talking to chat. So when I can't because of friend slot, but I actually feel a little bit nervous when I stream friend slot. I love it. Don't get me wrong. But I'm like, oh, I want to talk to them. You know? Salutation mogged. Even if you were feeling okay. No, exactly, Hoopsy. You're right. You're right. You are true and clue, as Sammy used to say. But I didn't want to, like, in the moment, because I was feeling a little bit icky, I really didn't want to give it more than it needed to. I didn't want to, like, I didn't want to, I didn't want to say any more, because I was like, that's going to trigger me more than anything. So I was like, you know. We moved on pretty quick, actually. You're right. I'm hoping tomorrow's a better day, though. I think it will be. I think I'm just having... You know how I said yesterday? I was like, the first 2 days of your period is the hardest. I'll feel better tomorrow. I think I will feel better tomorrow after how I feel now. I think this is the worst of it. But I still did 7 hours. I might be goated. Sometimes all you can do is just sigh. Yeah, no, there'll be times, and I know a lot of you can clock it, and it must feel funny. I don't know if you ever giggle or kick your feet at this, but sometimes I will literally ignore a message that either makes me feel uncomfortable, or, and I know they don't mean to, so they don't get a timeout or anything. I'll ignore something that's like breaching the line. If it passed the line, I will address it, but if it's like tingling on the line, I just will ignore it, and then the chat will move it away. And then, yeah. That's how I deal with it. I'll just ignore it. And other times I do miss a message genuinely. But other times I'm like, that makes me feel a bit weird. I'll see you another time. Danny, I think it is actually. I gotta make more. Yeah, sometimes I just have to choose my battles. Exactly right. I'm getting better at choosing my battles actually. Yeah. Cause like if it's important, I will respond. It's not like I'm ignoring like a how are you. It will be like I can't even explain to you what it is, but it'll be someone trying to be funny, and it'll either be like kind of hurts my feelings or a bit just like didn't need to know that type of vibe. They'll maybe share too much information about something, and I'm like, okay. So close. I want to get more though. Everyone's pretty good though. Like, I don't have to do that often, but you'll see it. You'll notice it one day and be like, oh, she purposely ignored that. Other times I do, like I forgot to read out sub earlier and I feel so sad about it. So when they come back in, I'm going to be like, hey, I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to ignore you. Yes. Yes. I'm playing very bad against this Wesker, but you know what? Screw it. I need to make more. Should I continue the food? Or should I make silly ones? Because Kevin... What's my one? I think I'm Kevin James. Is it Kevin James? Whatever that guy's name is. Kevin Rudd. No, Carla. That's ridiculous. Yes, him. Kevin 07. Kevin Ori7. I've been feeling the same the past, like the yesterday's stream and today's stream, actually, where I need to get off because I need to self-care and do things, but I'm genuinely like really just wanting to stay on and hang. That guy. No, I haven't feel. Maybe I have actually, because it was getting slammed online. What's your next badge? Do you reckon we should continue food? Tammy wants that badge so bad. Tammy wants the potato. I mean, the next one could be characters from stream. So it could be like Terry, potato. You know? Oh, he's on me too. This is perfect for you guys. They're doing the gate. And I'm going... Oh, that was close. Sorry. Oh! Oh, baby. That was really good, though. I shouldn't move. I was doing good over there. But Nell can get saved. Nice. Oh, shoot. Alright, I'm dead. But I shouldn't have moved. I was doing good. Sometimes you should stay with what works for you. You don't need to move. At least 3 of them should get out, right? I did not expect... I thought he was going to come around the other way. GG's Greg Star. Guys, I'm really enjoying DBD at the moment. Like, actually, I'm not even, like, trying to fulfill hours. Damn. GG's, though. Go get your pizza. Stream characters. Yeah, that could be cool. That was nice. Yeah, I'm enjoying DBD a lot. I think it might be DBD season again. Uh-oh. What a shame. I really need to go. But I don't want to. But I know I should. Thanks for the long stream. No, my absolute pleasure. A bloody fun. We played Drain Sim for 4 hours and then DBD for 3. What the hell? What the hell? It would be good, even though I'm actually loving yapping, it would be good to make some alerts and be non-verbal and maybe move my desk around. We won't be doing that. One more. Nah, come on, I'm joking. I know, shit. Let me go pee. I can't be responsible for what game I load into. What the hell? That's crazy, bitch. What? What? That's a Freddy! Oh! It's a Fredwood! Ouchies! Actually, he got me here. What a sexual man. Miss me. I'm kidding. That's bitch, that's crazy shit. What? Oh god, you're here. Hey, look behind you. My bad. Good night, Brianna. Have a good... Oh! Have a good sleep. Freddy? Freddy, please don't hurt me, Freddy. Don't chase me, Freddy. I'm a good person. Oh, that's a fake one. Oh. Yeah, that was a dream palette, I think. Sorry. Sorry. Come on, guys. Mush. Mush. Yes. Yes. Yes, protect me. Tree tech. Tree tech. What's the date today, actually? Oh. 40. That's nice. That's different. That's unusual. Yeah. Fox, yippee! I was about to go, and then Hoobsy said one more. And then I said, oh, I put some fun. I'll do one more. Do I need to cancel my raids already? Guys, my title is still draining the main vein. My whole bad. My whole bad is actually a wild sentence. I love it. I am actually getting hungry. I am getting hungry. I need to have dinner. Tummy's rumbly. Talented, brilliant, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same. I actually think it's great that we got a Freddy, though. I think that's a good sign. That's a really good sign. Second dinner, what is it? Oh, Hoobsy, right. We are draining a main vein. Also, there was a time I dressed up in the Dwight toilet paper outfit and I stood here and they actually believed I was a mannequin and it was really fun. Ooh, I'm really hungry. What the hell? I'm a hungry girl. I'm starving. Ooh, yum. I don't know what for dinner. I don't know what I'm having for dinner, actually. Good question. I might have to go to the shops. I would like to make pizza or something. Oh, I would devour a Snickers. I would devour it. I didn't realize how hungry I was, actually. Till I played this other game. And I realized just how hungry I am. Right. Oh, don't chase me. Where did you come from? I don't need this. Got a bit lost, did he? Right. Got him. Nice. We're nearly there. Ooh, I think he's around. Oh, he's here. Right here. Oh, he's schmoovin'. He's schmoovin'. Check this out. Steven? Hi, Art. How was your sleep? I know I was naughty and I did one more time. How are you? Oh, he's around. Guys, isn't it funny that we have Nicolas Cage in TPT? Like, yeah, if you really think about it, it's hilarious. If you really think about that. Ooh, I may have stuffed up big time. Ooh, I'm gonna need to grass tech or something. Ah, didn't work. Can they just add emotes already? They would make a bag on emotes, but then again, the animating process of that? Surely. Surely it wouldn't be like the hardest thing. Grass tech, what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Guys, get me. I'm so sexy. I contributed a lot this round. Please. Please, Steven, Nick, please. I did really well. Please. Thank you. Oh. Steven, you've done it now, doll. Greedy, greedy boy. Thank you, Nick. Finally. Oh, yep. Yep. Seems about right. Great. Great. Oh, great. Oh, great. I would need some assistance, please. Please, someone. Someone with a heart. Oh, thank you, Steven. I think Steven actually took a shot for me. Oh, he still wants me. Oh, that's not good. Oh! All right. Fine. What is that emote? Okay. That's so funny. Guys, I was like, what is this? Let me show you. Is that... What's her name? Forget. I know her name, the actress, but it kills me. That's so random. Anywho. Hard Tunnel. That's an emote. Jamie Lee Curtis. I was gonna say Janelle. Freddie doesn't look like sporters. Paula Dean. I think it's Jamie Lee Curtis. Right? What? I'm pretty sure it's Jamie. Let's Google it. Jamie Lee Curtis in front of Fox. In front of Fox, I don't know. A Fox, whatever you call it. Jamie Lee Curtis in black dress with hand on hip. Yeah, that's so funny. That's so funny. What the hell? I wasn't aware of this meme. I'm gonna be honest. That's so random that you perfectly did it. Okay. Okay. You crazy. You crazy. Alright, I don't want to go. I feel attached. Mother! Granny baby! How was your day? Did you just play Cowdoy? What did you do today? Play some Overwatch? Axolotl, okay! A woman in a black dress is standing in front of a Fox advertisement. Advertisement. Hand on hip. Jamie Lee Curtis. Overwatch. How's your games going? Are you winning? I gotta reinstall Overwatch. Are you gonna play Overwatch tonight? Should I reinstall it? A woman, you mean a god. True. Did you just did on? Alright, I'm gonna pry my hands away. 7.5 hours. Hand on hip. I should make my own hand on hip emote. I will skedaddle. I don't want to, but I'm extremely tired. And I'm clingy because I like the company, but I know I just need to fight my demons by myself, alright? My demons have a meeting with me. I have to eat. I'm actually really hungry and I'm starting to feel a little bit like, head down. Oh yeah. Tomorrow, big day. Big day. Either Red Dead first or second. And some Faz. And then knowing me, I'm going to want to play some DBD and Ark. So I think tomorrow's Faz, Red Dead, Ark, DBD. Another girthy day. I'm excited for Faz. Me too. We'll either start with Faz or play Faz at 9 p.m. Eastern. So one or the other. 9 p.m. Eastern Faz would be nice for Tammy and Kiddo to get a sleep in, to be honest. But I will suss the Viberinos because I would like to play other stuff. But I promise next week we'll do a full Red Dead stream. No other games, just Red Dead. I've been lost in the sauce with other games. But thank you guys for today, whether you are a regular or a new community member. Today was quite fun. I enjoyed that. I honestly wanted to turn my brain off and I got to do that today, so thank you. I wasn't even going to stream today. Who would have thought? We did 7.5 hours instead. I'm going to get some food. Hand on hip. No, Hoops, you're fine, doll. No sorries. Beetlejuice would make me this time for sure. Alright, I'll see about that, doll. Love being a new member with your cupcake. Anyway, I'm not going to raid out today. I'm just going to shut my brain off. But I appreciate everything. Today was super fun. And remember these 3 things. What is because of me? What is because of others? And what is because? If you can answer these 3 things, everything will be okay. I'm kidding, Grant. Raspberries, Balekte. I will see you tomorrow, guys. Chills. Chills. You know what? Real. If you don't know, I was just saying what Grant says when she leaves her stream. I'm just being a little silly bitch. Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Blash. Have a good one, you swats. But seriously, bye. You're doing so well, guys. Ta-ta. I'm off to the beauty salon.